Alchemize your energy. Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. Alchemize your energy, my friend. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.
What's up? What's up? Welcome to Alchemizing Energy. Today we have an open panel with MD Revo. The first thing that we were going to discuss is the passing of historical author and writer Walter Williams. His passing. He passed away, I think, sometime this week, and we wanted to say RIP to him. I wanted to play some of his videos if anyone's unfamiliar with him. And then we were going to talk about it. Like, this is an opening as to a discussion, the passing of Walter Williams. So RIP to Walter Williams.
European God.
So this is actually in this thing he's talking about his book, The Historical Origins of Christianity. That was the book that he came out with. So that was one of the books that he came out in his past. So
to make an image out of a European and have him placed in a temple along with our well, I'll let you just briefly scatter over that to the Hagia Sophia, but I want to move quickly because we do have that. But as a backdrop, just give us a quick cursory overview.
Well, you have to go through the ecumenical council meetings in order to get to the Hagia Sophia.
Right.
Okay. And we're talking about you have to go into 4 council meetings before you get to the 5th council meeting. Now, during the 5th council meeting, we're talking about the council meeting is called and known in history as the Council of Constantinople II, 553. The world's first Christian church was and had been created there, 532, built by Justinian and his wife Theodora in 532, and finished 5 years later, 537. Okay.
Now up until this point, the patriarchs, those who had fashioned more or less Christianity, had been Africans.
Africans created everything,
including Christianity,
including the image that we know today as Jesus Christ. Created everything. They built the Hagia Sophia. They designed it, built it. They were the teachers in that Hagia Sophia church. That was also a university for the Europeans. That was the world's first university for the Europeans. That was the center of learning for the Europeans. It started after 532. Okay. There are people who are saying that the Greeks studied with the ancient Egyptians during the time of antiquity. That's not true, because the reason why it's not true, there's never been an institution that has ever come out of Greece during the time of antiquity. That's number one. Number two, the Greeks had no alphabet to write with. So therefore, if you don't have no alphabet, how can you have an institution? Okay. 3, the Greeks were uncivilized, illiterate European savages. Okay. So why would the ancient Egyptians, who are a highly civilized people, and they were used as human instruments to civilize this whole entire world, take some illiterate Greek into their temples to teach them? Okay, but let's go back. And I'm going to work my way up to the Hagia Sophia. But you have to start with the image that we know today as Jesus Christ. The image that we know today as Jesus Christ is nothing but the image of the successor of Alexander the Greek. And I'm talking about Ptolemy I Lagi, called Soter. The word S-O-T-E-R means savior. That's what it means, savior. Now that savior, if you, in my book, Historical Origin of Christianity, I will walk you through the progression of history, and you will see where that savior comes into being when you get to Christ, because they call Jesus Christ the Savior.
All right. So yes, Walter Williams, the writer of the Historical Origins of Christianity, among other books, and a great lecturer. He passed on this week, so we wanted to like give him, say our rest in peace to him. But I know that MD, you wanted to comment on that, so let's talk about it.
Well, he said the first Christian church was created when. Did we get a date on that?
I don't know if we got a date on it or not.
I think he said it, but I missed
the date. But so what was
yeah.
So
the thing. Okay, so the thing is like everybody have their own theories on who Jesus was. There is no absolute truth, right? Because somebody else is saying Jesus was something else. He's saying Jesus is this. Somebody else said Jesus was a white man. Somebody else said Jesus whatever. So nobody really knows who Jesus was, how he looked, and none of that. Everybody has their own theories. So there's not absolute truth. Right? So then from that point, I have to look at when we go back to these ancient times or whatever like that, from 2233 BC or whatever it may be, I'm trying to figure out what is the point. Because that's not our history. That's their history. Our history is what we create for ourselves. You know what I mean? So I can go back and look at that, but you know what I mean? That history has already been conquered. I can't really take nothing pretty much, no teachers pretty much from that day and age and apply them in a futuristic way in order to stop things from happening to me right now from the evil white man that they talk about.
So I guess that the reason why they do that when they like are going into the past and going into Christianity and the history of it is because they're trying to show that we all like we live in a Christian country. The main religion of America is Protestant Christian. They're trying to get America away from that. But more and more, there's like a battle between, that whole ideal. You know what I'm saying? Where you have other nations that have different religions that are the head of it. So when you actually go into the Black people of America, a lot of them are Christians. You know what I'm saying? So I think that the first thing that people are what they're doing is they have to break down that aspect of like the understanding in order to bring people into who they truly are, currently. Because I think that a lot of people get lost in the sauce when it comes down to the doctrines that they believe.
Well, we not those people. All right, we not them from back in the day, right? And the thing, so being a Christian is what is laws of conduct and behavior, how you act, what you believe in, things like that, right? So,
well, no, the only thing that makes you a Christian is if believing in Christ is the Savior and all that stuff.
But you have to believe
all the other laws are really the Torah, so that's really what Jesus followed too. So, if Jesus followed the Torah, he was considered either a Hebrew or a Jew. So, he was following that doctrine, and then he came out with his he began to preach and give certain like things and parables and teach in his own way. And then that became he became like revered for his teachings, and then also then known as the Son of God, and this that the other. Then now you have the Christian Church. So I think that what's happening is that a lot of the scholars from back then in the 60s, they were trying in the 70s and 80s, they were trying to break down the whole concept of Christianity because they felt like we needed to get away from that in order to move forward as a people.
They get away from Christianity.
That's what, a lot of those scholars at the time, they felt like we needed to get away from it. We needed to get away from that, and that's where you were getting like different aspects of like Nation of Islam, the Hebrew Israelites, even the people that got into like African spirituality, like that's when all that boom started with that. So I think a lot of people were feeling like we needed to like, it was like a revitalization of Afrocentrism, and that's where you had like that whole thing, But some of it even started even as early as the 1800s, where you had this one pastor that was actually teaching that the blacks were the original Israelites of the Bible. I think in 1880, I think it was the Reverend's name is, but he had a church down I think in South Carolina that was teaching that,
Mm-hmm.
or was it? Yes, it was somewhere he was teaching it. So I think that that's why those scholars at that time was really adamant about teaching the really getting down into what was the origins of the book and things like that.
Okay. So then the book that we read now, if people are Christians, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just
Okay.
saw it put on mute.
Okay. So the book that they read now, whatever like that, is the King James version, right?
Yes,
So so some people believe that Shakespeare wrote the King James version.
I don't think that Shakespeare wrote it. I think that they used Shakespearean writing for it.
Well, if you look at the King James version and you look at Shakespearean work, it's almost identical in the way he used to write.
Well, what's crazy is I found out that there was actually a black woman that helped Shakespeare write a lot of his stuff too. So I think it was just a form of writing or a style of writing that they just called Shakespearean. I don't think that the Bible was actually written by Shakespeare. I think it
Okay.
was a style. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So there's always these different theories on who wrote this, who this person was, but there's no absolute truth and no absolute proof that it really is based on what some of these people are talking about. So I'm just trying to figure out when we look at black culture and we look at the plight of black people, how does knowing all that information back 1,000 years ago helps prevent the problems that black people have right now? That's the problem that I be having.
I think they probably feel they're gonna break you down to build you back up. You know what I'm saying? If you believe in a certain doctrine and you looking at yourself from this framework, they gotta like first get you away from that one mindset to be able to even take you into the future. You know what I'm saying? Because if
Mm-hmm.
you're taking this particular doctrine into the future, and that doctrine really is not connected to you, and there's like this whole fake history of it that we've been fed, then who are we even going into the future? We're still believing in something that really has a history that we are not aware of. So I think that we get taught a certain like ideology growing up coming up in America, and then when you get older, that's when you start getting more information and knowledge, and that's what those historians were there for.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Even okay, whatever he taught, right, or whoever taught Farrakhan or whoever may be, whoever we can look at Noble Drew Ali, we can look at Elijah Muhammad, all that type of stuff. We look at every single thing that they taught, right, at that specific time. If we look at that information right now, it truly does not help solve the problem. All it does pretty much is it can tell you what somebody's theory was, somebody's interpretation of what the truth was based um, um, on what they got from it, but it still really don't solve the problem. So if we look at, I'll give you an example. If we look at, let's look at some real problems that go in the black community right now, or in the black culture. You can name one right now. You name one. You give me one.
Well, the next thing I was going to cover is a young lady who killed her cousin over an iPhone.
Okay, we can do that. I know
But
too much about that.
yeah, so if you would say, well, okay, well now current like technology and how this technology is affecting our children,
Okay.
you're saying that how is Christianity connected to that?
No, what I'm saying is every single thing that the old mentors of black culture, like the Farrakhan, the Elijah Muhammad, when we go back and we study them or we study their teachers and we go way back and look at what Jesus was he black or whatever it may be, how does all that information help solve the problem of what's going on right now in the world for black culture?
But I think I pretty it's because of the fact that because we have lived our life as a culture with this false sense of who God is, we don't even know who we are. And so if we don't know who we are from a historical standpoint, then how can we ever like move a certain way into the future? So I
Okay,
think that they were trying to break that down, break people down from that spiritual basis, and then get them to understand who they are, and then be able to then you could take something better back into the future.
okay, all right. So then it'll just be on an individual basis because only the individual is going to be able to find out who they are. Somebody else can't tell you that, right? Or is that
Well,
true?
I would say that once you get rid of like ideology, and then you deal with yourself from an individual standpoint and from God perspective, then you have a different. You're gonna like look at life a hell of a lot different. And that's what happened to me when I actually put down the doctrine and started to like really like get into other like systems of understanding. It made me actually start to focus on myself and what is my reason why I'm here.
Right, right,
Because,
right.
because a lot of those doctrines are really like holistic, like we're really just like really about the culture of it all. You know what I'm saying? That's why I believe that Christianity is a cult. I believe a lot of these. I think most religions are a cult. You know.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
So what happens is it takes the person away from their individuality and it makes them only a part of like the hive, right? This
Right,
hive mind mentality. So you don't want to bring that into the future because then what? So then you're not even thinking for yourself. You're thinking as the whole, right?
right. So then it's most important. The most important thing is to individualize it, right? To be able to like look what's best for myself and what's best for my children or whatever like that, in our own individual spirituality and practices.
Right.
Okay, I got you.
Because what happened is that we became indoctrinated. You know,
Mm-hmm.
our
I got
speech, everything became like just like a carbon cookie cutter speech of, you know, if you notice like all these different religions all have a certain speech pattern. They got certain words that they use, certain ways that they dress. So it's like you
you.
become a part of a like you no longer are an individual. Just like if you join, then this is the same thing. If you join like a sorority or fraternity, you join a gang, you join anything that has like a group kind of mentality. Even people say, "Well, I'm part of the hip hop culture." Hip
Right,
hop has a language, it has a style, it has a dress, it has a music, it has a
right,
dance. So it's like when you the same thing that happens with these religions. These religions have music, they have style, they have the way that they talk. You know, if you go to a Catholic church, they're gonna talk a certain way. You know what I'm saying? You go to a
right,
Methodist church, they're gonna talk a certain way. You go
right,
to a Muslim or mosque, they're gonna talk a certain way.
right,
So bottom line is that like when you think about us as descendants of slaves, you know, foundational Black Americans, and if we are like really studying a doctrine that was really based in you know, that kind of like area of Israel, and you know, and how this figure came up and called Jesus, you know what I'm saying, and
mhm.
the worship of that figure. Now you got everyone kind of walking and talking that narrative, you know what I'm saying? And I guess a lot of people just felt it hasn't done anything for us. You know what I'm saying? What has it really done for us as a people?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. I think with any of those doctrines, I think you have to create your own based on what direction you're gonna go in your life, your own individualistic journey.
Well, I think
Mhm.
that things are becoming way more individualistic now more than ever, especially now with AI coming out and like with Elon Musk, he's creating his own culture too. You know what I'm saying? I think he's trying to get, hey, what's up, hippie? Come on up. I think he's trying to get everybody to go up to Mars. I think he's trying to like he's hitting they hitting up Jupiter, trying to check
Right,
out the
right, right.
moon and all that stuff on Jupiter. See if there's a way to get life on Jupiter. Then they gonna do that, and then and if they can like jump from Jupiter to Mars, or to jump from that moon and hit up Mars and hit up these other planets and see if we can. Then I believe that that's what his plan is. His plan is he wants to be like the dictator on a whole nother planet.
Mm-hmm.
I think that people are missing the point. Elon Musk wants to get that life over there, and I think he's gonna when they find when it's safe to do so, he is going to fly his behind out there and create his own civilization out there.
See now,
That,
now look at that. Okay, so that's a part of what I'm saying, right? It's like he's looking towards the future. Like we don't hear Elon Musk going back to whatever culture he's from and talking about what his people did 1,000 fucking years ago, right? Not make 1,000 years ago. But then we see black people going back 1,000 years ago. So then we have to look at it like I understand what you said about going back, but when I look at the future, Elon Musk is going past everybody to the future. Why? So Elon Musk is talking about robots and space travel. A lot of black people are talking about pharaohs and mummies and shit that's dead back in the day and what they once did and trying to figure it out. He's trying to figure out what nobody else has done before. They're over here studying what somebody else already did. And I think it has to change.
Well, interestingly enough, Elon Musk is Christian.
Okay, right. Okay, so he's Christian. Okay.
So I think that that's interesting to think. Well, he says that what I saw right here. He says that he believes that when people uh get away from any kind of religion, that they become anti what's the word natalist. They stop reproducing,
Uh-huh.
and so yeah. So he's actually he. I think that's. I'm not sure if he's saying he believes that because he feels like we need to he believes that when you start getting into atheism and things like that, people stop producing children because they probably feel they get too into science and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Elon Musk described himself as a cultural Christian, and he said that the beliefs in the principles of Christianity, that he believes in the principles of Christianity. So I'm not sure if he's a Christian. He's called. What does that mean, a cultural Christian? I don't know what he means. So he was raised as a Christian. What does he mean by that?
Right, right. So he probably didn't let the religion box him in to his greatness. Right. So he probably the religion was probably forced upon him, and then he broke out of it. When you're a kid,
I don't know if Christianity is going to inspire you to want to go to Jupiter. I don't know.
No, what I'm saying is breaking out of it, breaking out of whatever religious doctrine that he was indoctrinated into as a kid. He broke away from that, and he was able to look into himself and see the greatness within himself, and he went after that.
Right. So I mean, so that's I think that's the real reason why. I think that I don't think that Elon Musk also has the history that we have as a people. You know what I'm
What
saying?
you mean?
So, he's from South Africa. They were the conquerors of he's a Caucasian, South African.
Okay.
So they were the conquerors of South Africa. So therefore, he's not going to be in the same box as the people that lived in South Africa that were, colonized.
Okay, so let's make the parallel and see how his life is pretty much different from ours. You know what I mean? And we can really come to the solution. So he born in South Africa. We're born in America.
Mm-hmm.
And how was his upbringing?
Well, I know that he was autistic and stuff like that. Let me see.
We had a learning disability.
Mm-hmm. And
okay.
Let me see if I can find something that talks about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's see. So Elon Musk had a difficult childhood in South Africa under apartheid. He was bullied as a child and was hospitalized after being beaten by a fellow student. Describes his childhood as a lot of adversity growing up. Musk attended a wilderness school that he describes as paramilitary, Lord of the Flies. He said that bullying was a virtue and children were encouraged to fight over rations. Family relations. His parents divorced in 1980. He lived primarily with his father. His family witnessed violence, including brawls, stabbing, and fights. His childhood was filled with adventure and exploration. He left South Africa in 1988 to move to Canada and pursue higher economic prospects in the United States. He later attended Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, and the University of Pennsylvania, where he earned a degree in physics and economics.
Okay. So he didn't come from no rich family. He grew up during apartheid. He was bullied. He had a learning disability, and he went through all that craziness, and then he ended up leaving and going to Canada. And then once he went to a different environment, he started getting around those people, and he probably started to flourish into more of what he wanted to be able to probably do better than where he was at. So he got out of the environment.
No. So what I'm finding out right here is that his father, Errol Musk, was a South African engineer, pilot, and property developer. His mother, May Musk, was a model and a dietitian. In the 1980s, the Musk family became even wealthier after Errol purchased an emerald mine in Zambia. The family's wealth grew to over $100 million during that decade. So he was rich. Yep.
So his family was rich. What about him?
Well, if his family's rich, you know, they're going to pass the wealth down, of course. I mean, hey,
Okay.
you don't become a billionaire just, I mean, he had a comfortable childhood and benefited from his family's wealth and resources. He said that his family's money wasn't a big factor in his success. You know, but he acquired, how do you acquire something for 305 million?
Well, it depends on when did he acquire it? At what point in his life did he acquire it for 305 million?
Oh, say, I'm sorry. He started Zip2 with his brother. Compaq acquired Zip2 for 305 million, giving Musk 22 million share of the proceeds.
Okay, then what we have to do is we have to probably break it down in what he did with his brother. See, I think what happens in our culture a lot is like we frown upon people like that when their parents become successful in things and they invest into their children. So we get mad at other people who are like that, but we don't get mad at our own parents for not doing that for us. We don't hold them accountable. We give them excuses and shit. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
I would say this: if your father has 100 million, it's probably not going to be hard for you and your brother to start and get funding for your startup company. You know what I'm saying? But African American starting a startup company is going to be pretty much grassroots, starting from scratch and having to build his way and scratch his way to the top.
but then you have to,
Unless he has affluent parents or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I just think that yeah.
but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about.
He's from affluent. He's affluent, you know.
But that's what you're supposed to be. Like we can't sit there and say like all black people, or you know what I mean, didn't have like good parents that could have passed down stuff to them, or try to steer them in the right direction, saying, "Hey, yo, you need to go to school. You need to do this. I'm gonna
It's
give you
more
this.
than
I'm gonna
just
give you
steering in
that."
the right direction. It's about like being able to have the funds to start up a business and have that seed funding, you know. So so do you have any children, MD?
Yeah, I got one.
How old is your child?
He's 7. He's about to be 8 next month.
All right, so say your child turns 18 in 10 years or
Okay.
11 years. Do you think you'll have at least $1 million to give to him to start his business up when he turns that age?
Yes, I believe. Listen, I believe I will have $1 million, but I won't just give it to him.
That's the big difference.
Okay. So this what
So
I
you'll
learned
have $1
about.
million, but you won't give it to your child. These
I'm gonna
guys
tell you
this
why.
guy had $100 million and probably gave his child 10 million to start his company.
Okay. So the difference. So the difference in that is.
So you're saying that why black people can't do the same thing as how they did? Well, what one is that right there, that statement right there tells you a lot. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
I'm about to explain. You didn't let me finish. I'm about to explain it to you. Now, if I got $1 million when my son Javachi gets to be 18 years old, I have to look at it like, why am I giving you this $1 million? Well, just say you have $1 million, I'm giving them half of it. Just say half. I'm giving you $500,000. I'm not just gonna give you $5,000. You got to tell me what you need it for. Like,
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm sure that they had
You're
to.
gonna just blow the $500,000 on whatever. So I didn't accumulate this money to give it to my child for him to do whatever with. I might as well just keep it and be able to continue. Go ahead.
Well, I think well, like I said, I don't think that their parents just gave him. Him and his brother had a startup idea, and I believe that he probably got funding from either his parents or people even well known. When you even talk about like going to schools like Penn and different places like that, they have these things called accelerators, and 9 times out of 10, most of the people that get the money from accelerators are Caucasian white men. So
okay, so that's what I'm
so
saying.
there's
So
like
you have
it's
to take
almost
that
like a
in.
monopoly game with Dr. Clark Anderson said. You know what I'm saying?
You said what? Say that one more time.
I'm gonna play a little bit of Dr. Clark Anderson because I think he gave a very good.
Where Hippie disappeared to?
Huh?
Where Hippie disappeared to? I thought she was coming out.
Oh no, she said that she'll come back in an hour.
Oh, okay.
So let's go into what Dr. Claude Anderson said about this subject. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Because you have to kind of go back into the past to understand what's going on now that keeps us in this position. So let's go.
The greatest wealth builder in this nation was the back of a slave. That's what built the wealth of the society. Wall Street was set up, established, and regulated off of the price and the value of a slave. Cotton prices, indigo prices, tobacco prices all followed the value of a slave. When slavery ended, the whole process shifted to the back of a slave. At the end of slavery, it shifted to Wall Street. And those became commodities in. And when the wealth building in this nation shifted from the back of a slave to Wall Street, they set up a new game. It was called Monopoly. Now, and what black folk have been systematically lured into is a real-life Monopoly game. Now, the Monopoly game is based on some primary concepts. One is that you must be able to all sit down at the table, and everybody's supposed to get a fair share of the money. Once you get a fair share of the money, then you got a right to go around the table and try to buy land. But you want to buy the most valuable land and the best location of the land. Or you take your money and you buy basic businesses in the Monopoly game, like the water company, electric company, and the railroad line. But you see, with black folk, they got out of slavery, they did not get their 40 acres and a mule, nor the $100. And see, the Republican, radical Republicans, the liberals in the Republican Party at that time, said, that was Benjamin Thaddeus Stevens and Sumter said on the floor of the United States Congress, that there's only going to be one thing that black folk will ever be in America. They're either going to be slaves or they're going to be free. But they cannot be free unless minimally they have 40 acres, a mule, and $100. But they didn't get it. But by then they were trapped into a real life Monopoly game. So now what blacks are doing, they're going around the real life board, trying to play real life Monopoly with no money, no wealth. And all they do is go around the board and hope they land on free park or income tax refund. And if you play that way, sooner or later playing that real life game, you're going to land what? On the wrong person's property, and you're either going to go to jail or go broke and get out of the game. And that's why black folk right now are making a major impact on the prison system, the criminal system in this country. Because I looked around in 1860, for instance, I looked at all the major cities in the United States. And that's like Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Georgia, Savannah, Georgia, Richmond, Virginia, New York, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Brook. Guess what? Even though you had less than 300,000 black people that were free or quasi-free, black people made up over 51% of all the prisoners. 51% of all the prisoners, and out of 5 million, only 300,000 of you were even free. And here we are, 150 years later, and guess what? You still make up over 51% of the prisoners.
So if you put that into perspective, and I mean that's just the beginning of it, right? And he's going to get a little bit more into it. What do you think that does to the population when they move the bar on what's a offense that could be, can be, prosecuted, this, that, the other, and a lot of those laws are based on the African Americans. You know what I'm saying? There was a time when if you whistling at a white woman, you can go to prison. You know what I'm saying? They had different laws, loitering, this, that, the other, that would put you in prison for years. So the bottom line is that when slavery ended, they found a way to still get that slave labor and that prison labor from us.
Okay, so I look at when that's happened, man. I mean, I could go back in hindsight and say that was the 60s, that was the 70s, 80s, or whatever like that. But I never grew up using that as an excuse as to why I couldn't be better than a white person or be better, period. Right? So if I know that history, right? Because people told black people, Claude Anderson ain't the first one. We have people in the community saying similar stuff. But they didn't teach us was white people an excuse oh, slavery was this is why you don't have this because of slavery. They kind of taught us the reason you have an opportunity to be better because of what you came from or because of what happened back in those days stuff. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is, when I look at that, I can take the information and I can take the history of it, but I also understand that those laws that he's talking about or what happened back then ain't what's happening right now. So when we look at we are born, me and you, when we were born on the most freedom, the most what's the word? The richest nation in the whole world, pretty much. We are in the nation of land of opportunities, more opportunities than any nation in the entire world. So I have to look at that right? I can look at the slavery days. I'd be like, yo, you probably wasn't able to get, you probably didn't have those opportunities that I got right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna study the game on how they doing this shit, and then I'm gonna insert myself in there, and I'm gonna know how to make it happen. I know, right, that you know what I mean, as a black male or whatever, or any black male, not to commit no crimes in America. I know that immediately takes me out the whole shit. That's a choice and decision, right? And then a lot of times we have to hold our parents accountable for bringing us in a world where we have to be able to do those things. So I'm not gonna get mad at white people for what they did back then, because them people ain't here no more. Whoever, all the people who's involved in slavery, they dead, they're gone, right? So I can't go out there and whatever. I just have to be able to take my chance of what I have with my life and look at my goals and be focused on that and go after that and be able to move forward. Because
well,
all black people,
I want to put this into perspective. I want you to hear something from a person that is from the alt right and what their feelings are about things. Let's check it out.
Okay.
So, interesting conversation between you and Hussein here.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it was kind of not your best look muting him constantly. I think that it would be best if you let him finish his talking point and then you come back and state, your rebuttal to said talking point. No.
Here's the thing. See, and when you have an audience like I do, then you can understand how things work in order to maintain an audience. You maintain large audiences like we have by telling the truth and allowing truth to power to pop up. These good people in here, you got to know how to read the room. And I know they don't want to sit up here and just let somebody lie for 5 and 10 minutes.
By the way,
I'm Gabe. You didn't
gay, and then you have some other groups of Proud Boys who are not actually associating with him at all, don't like him, hope he dies, so it's a
died of an overdose of fentanyl, or was he murdered by a suspected white supremacist cop? That let us know where you're coming from. So you're sympathetic to some of those groups. So that means that you have some kind of camaraderie with them. So it's safe to suspect that you too could possibly be a suspected white supremacist. So that not saying you are, not to say you are a white supremacist, but it's safe to suspect that you could be. So that just lets us know where your narrative is going to come from. Now, let me ask you this. George Floyd, do you think George Floyd died of an overdose of fentanyl, or was he murdered by a suspected white supremacist cop?
Okay, I will address both points, but for the original point, you are going to say I'm a white supremacist simply for telling you what the Proud Boy organization is?
It's safe to suspect you could be. Didn't say you were. So all right, listen to the words. The words matter. But I just wanted to establish that to let people know where your narrative is going to come from. It could be a possibility that you could lean towards white supremacy. Not saying that you are, but if you're sympathetic and you're making excuses for a blatant suspected white supremacist group like the Proud Boys, that must mean you share a camaraderie with them. Now, the George Floyd thing. How did George Floyd die, in your opinion, sir?
Well, it's not really an opinion how he died. I mean, if you look at their autopsy reports, they tell you exactly how he died. So I don't have to give an opinion on that. It's just kind of really what it is.
What's the fact?
His autopsy report says that he, and don't cut me off when I say this, he was on copious amounts of fentanyl, and that's true. And then when he got kneeled on, he started having issues with his lungs because of the drugs he was already on. So it was a culmination of said things. And he died hours later after still being able to, breathe oxygen after officer was off his neck.
Well, let's address that right there, right?
Okay.
So okay. If I say if it wasn't a leaning on his neck, say that he got pew-pewed him, right?
Mhm.
If I pew somebody, right, and they don't immediately pass on in that moment, right? And later on go to the hospital and that person passes on, what difference does it make what they had in their system? You pew-pewed them, and based on you pew-pewing them, you know what I'm saying, they lost a lot of blood, whatever, oxygen, and maybe the combination of whatever probably did aid and assisted, but you still pew-pewed them. And then so the bottom line is that what they're trying to say is that, oh no, it was the fentanyl that was the catalyst to him passing on, that he normally would have lived through that situation. But nobody really knows that. You know what I'm saying? That's a disingenuous argument.
I don't know. I don't wait a minute, hold on a second. Because I didn't know when he explained that, I didn't know that actually happened. So so the thing is, if you pew pew somebody, that's different because it's because George Floyd, he took the drugs. So that's like somebody pew pewing themselves. If you took the drugs, you pew pewed yourself, right? So if you pew pewed yourself, so if he took the
Say if a
drugs,
person like was at the club, right, and they were drinking some alcohol, and if you know alcohol makes your blood thinner, right?
right?
So you
Okay.
get pew pew, right? So now you bleed a little more. Does that
What
mean
does pew
that
pew mean? What does pew pew mean?
with a GUN?
Okay, yeah, yeah. So that's not the same thing. How you making
It
a
is the same
comparison?
thing. If
With
you
your
cut
thing?
someone, if you okay, the reason why I'm comparing that is because the difference is one is like the loss of blood, and the other one is loss of air.
Right,
So
but the thing
if you
is
sit
that
on someone's neck for a certain amount of time, and they're on something or whatever, or they're on not on something. Say if he was just had been drinking that day. Bottom line is that yeah, of course, the stress from being leaned on is going to cause you to go to the hospital. But then the combination of the maybe the whatever substance he might have been on, but does that like take away from the fact that this person had like set on him to where he couldn't breathe and he had to be hospitalized? You know what I'm saying? Like you,
okay, okay, I'm gonna say it like this. I'm gonna say it like this. When I looked at the George Floyd thing, so the angle where his knee was at, he wasn't on his neck, he was on his shoulder. Y'all had a bad, it's a bad angle. When you look at the other side of the car, he's on his shoulder, he ain't on his neck. I remember that seeing that. So, but then the dude just said after he got him up, he didn't die at the scene from the knee being on the neck. He died hours later. That means you have oxygen, dude. You've been breathing for a long time, dude, for hours. But the amount of fentanyl you had in your system, it was so much that you eventually died because of the fentanyl. You see what I'm saying? So it would have been different. It'd been different if he was kneeling on his neck and he died right there. Now I can see that. Okay, I can see your point right there. I can be like, okay, he was on the fentanyl. He need him on the neck. That's a combination of two different things. And by you need him on his neck, you probably induce the death type of thing. I can see that. But if you get up off that person's neck and you put him in that car and you take him to the hospital and that person lives 3 hours after that shit, dude, that ain't no murder. That can't
well,
be no murder right there.
okay, well
I did
let's
not know that happened. What that dude just said, I did not know that happened.
okay, so
I
let's
I thought he died there.
all
That's
right.
what I thought.
So let's hear some more. Let's hear.
Okay,
All
go ahead.
right. So it wasn't the knee, it was the drugs, right? He just died of a drug overdose at the same time a knee was on his neck, right?
It wasn't at the same time. It was hours later, and the knee did have some cause of it because it started having he started having lung spasms because of it and stuff of that nature. If you read their autopsy report,
Well, that's called murder, right?
uh, I guess technically you can say, oh well, because his knee was there. And by the way, I 100% believe Chauvin had zero training. We have made the police for some reason have very horrible training. To where they have no idea how to subdue a suspect or deal with them in these ordeals. So the knee should have never happened. That's a fact.
Shaven.
I don't think anybody should be on the ground for minutes at a time with a knee on their neck. That is stupid. But
But official
I,
opinion, he wasn't killed.
I would say the knee caused the spasm and therefore caused the death. However, also the fentanyl caused the spasm, which also caused the death. So, like I said, it's a multifaceted thing. I think giving him murder is kind of. I mean, you can give him a maybe. It's a very hard thing because I don't know if I would call it murder because he would have survived if there wasn't fentanyl. But at the same time, his knee caused the spasm, so it's very hard.
And there's
So would that be considered involuntary manslaughter? Maybe.
Probably. Yeah, more like on that.
the reason why I
Maybe.
asked you that because I knew what your answer was going to be, sir. Just to further let the audience know that you could suspect, it's safe to suspect you could be a white supremacist. That's
I'm
what
not a white supremacist. I'm a white nationalist. But go ahead.
same thing.
No,
That's
it's not because I don't think you're inferior to me because you're black.
right. What's a white nationalist? What white nation do you want?
So I believe the American founders who came here
Okay.
were white Christians, and just like the Naturalization Act of the 1700s, they deemed white. They said white men of good standing were the people that they were going to permit into this country. And I believe that the more we stray away from what the founding fathers want, which is exactly what happened, we get to a point where we have a degraded society from cultural, Marxism and mixing of these cultures and basically degrading said culture, which was the American foundation.
Okay,
And
now let's slow it
I
down.
don't hate you guys at all because I know a lot of talking points around that. I don't hate you.
Okay, let's slow it down. Okay, you got to listen. You got to listen when you.
Do you think this guy's a white supremacist? Yes or no?
Hell no. He just told you what he was. And what is a white supremacist?
A person that believes in that the white people should be the supreme, that are more supreme over the other. He's saying he doesn't hate the person, hate black people. He's just saying that he feels like the founding fathers should have been the leaders and should that the culture should have stayed in this kind of white society way with the white people on top. And is this white supremacy?
Well, I mean, I don't. Okay. Based on that definition, I mean, I still didn't get a real definition of what white supremacy is, or white supremacy.
Basically, when they feel like white people should be supreme over the other races.
Well, I don't. I mean, I believe black people feel the same way about white people. So what's the difference? Spanish people feel every culture feel like they're stronger than another culture. Like
but do we feel like we should be okay? So if the black people are doing that, that's black supremacy. If the white people are doing it, it's white supremacy. If Latinos are doing it, it's Latino supremacy. Whatever it is, it's a supremacist mindset. You know what I'm saying? Let's get into it.
Okay, go ahead.
You say something, we gotta dissect it. All right. What you said, let's dissect that. We got to unpack all of it. I know you got a lot of talking points, which is good. I respect it. I respect the talking points, but we're going to have to dissect them because this is great. This is great dialogue. Now, you said the founding fathers, they wanted white men of good standing. Who are the white men of good standing? That they
Go ahead.
Europe. Who are these white men of good standing that they allowed over from Europe? Because they allowed a lot of criminals and degenerates over here. So who are the good standing people?
Criminals and degenerates in what capacity? I mean, what are you deeming that? Because people have different views.
So I'm not sure if this guy's a Puritan or not, but I think it's interesting
On that kind of thing.
No, they would literally get people who were in jail in Europe and have them work off their indentured servitude over here. So they weren't really that much in good standing. And many of the planters themselves, the wealthy landowners, they were degenerates. So who are the people of good standing, the white men of good standing? Who were they?
Well, first of all, just like the Constitution had been written, that would be white Christian America, which is exactly what they were planning on. And yes, indentured servitude and whatnot was a thing. But you're talking about pre-founding of America during British colonialism and whatnot. So those talking points are not necessarily even, correlated to the founding of America. So I think that that's an incorrect, way to ask that question because that's before America was founded.
Okay, the ones who quote unquote founded America, where were the good standing white men there? Who were they? Was Ben Franklin? Was he good standing?
Yeah, of course, Benjamin Franklin would be a good standing. He came to America as somebody who was, seeking fortune, and he was somebody who was contributing to society. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he did come over as an indentured servant to somebody, but it wasn't because he had any sort of criminal record. It was because he needed some way to get over here, and somebody said, "Hey, if you work for me for X amount of years, you can hop on the boat."
So Ben Franklin, he's good standing, but he was a degenerate slave owner.
I mean, I don't think that slave owning was something that should happen, but at the same time, every culture around the entire earth forever has done it, and you can thank white people for abolishing that for you.
Okay, and every culture has had rape. Is that good?
No, but how does that stop my point? My point is that it was a cultural norm.
I'm gonna skip past the great parts because
You wanted, so yeah, that was kind of normalized at the time.
Okay.
But going back to the degeneracy of the white supremacist founding fathers, because the founding fathers were white supremacists, all of them were. You understand? So that's not too good of a standing. They wanted to demonize and marginalize people based on race, sir.
Yeah, they'd look at you and they'd probably be like, "Yeah, where's your master, bro?" But that's because at the time it was a cultural norm, and like I said, as a white man today, I disagree with said thing. But that it was a cultural norm, so they didn't consider that a degenerate thing. So when they wrote "good white men," they weren't thinking about that.
No. It was wrong then. They knew it. This whole.
So what do you think about what he's saying? Do you agree with that?
I believe he's telling the truth, dude. I think Tariq Nasheed ain't understanding what he's talking about. He not understanding that back in those days, if we took a time machine back in those days, that's just what it was. And at that same time that was going on, the same shit was happening in Africa. It was black people enslaving people in Africa at the same time. The same time white people was having slaves was the same time Africans was having black people slaves too at the same time. So it was like how you said, slavery was a cultural norm at that particular time in history where everybody pretty much practiced it and dealt with it. So I personally couldn't look at just one culture and just be like, yo, white people, since you did it, I'm gonna talk shit about you, but I'm not gonna say nothing about I'm not even gonna say about the culture that I come from that's practicing it on the same people. That's not fair, dude. That's some hypocrisy.
Well, I think that the difference was that with black people there was indentured servitude. It was not slavery. I don't think that
No.
Africans
Black people,
chattel slavery. I don't think that Africans in Africa practice chattel slavery. I'm sorry.
hell yeah, they practice chattel slavery. What you mean? So slavery. So slavery is what? When we look at the definition, it's denying you freedom, pretty much, right? Denying you freedom to do what you really want to do. So you might have some person that may go work on the pyramids, and you might have some people to go work on the plantation. You might have some woman that's in the house with the master, and you have some woman that's in the house with the pharaoh, or the king, or something, or as a concubine or something. That shit was going on. That was just a part of what they was doing at that time. Now, it wasn't morally right, but if we lived in that time, Genesis, we would be understanding that shit was cool to a certain degree. Certain people would have been like, yo, I don't want to be a slave. Like, nobody probably wanted to be one, but people understood, like, yo, this shit go down over here. Especially if you lose a war against a tribe and they kidnap you as a POW or something. Yeah, people knew what that was. That's why they rather kill themselves in order to be captured, because they already knew what was going to happen. But the dude is explaining to Tariq a different perspective of what it was. Dude. Yeah, at that time, if we look at that time when America became their own country, when they beat Great Britain, they inherited everything that Great Britain had over here. They inherited all the colonies, they inherited all the people, all the slaves, all that. But then within less than 100 years, they abolished that shit. Dude. That's the thing that people don't realize. And slavery been going on around the world since the days of Moses and Jesus. Soon as America got their own country and their own nation, they abolished that shit in less than 100 years. And Abraham Lincoln got shot in the head behind that shit. So when I look at that, right, and 1 million white people, I'm gonna say 1 million. I know black people fought too, but 1 million white people, dude, killed each other, dude, for black people to be free and abolish slavery and put that on the books, dude. So once I know that happened, I'm like, yo, that is some I'm like, we even now. Because I wasn't a slave, right? So I'll have to look at that. I'll be like, yo, all that happened? Yeah, dude, I got me a chance. And thank you for everybody who fought, all the revolutionaries, all the people who fought, all that type of stuff. See, what Tariq Nasheed don't understand is a lot of white people, dude, who are abolitionists, dude. You got listen, man. There is no Harriet Tubman, no Underground Railroad without no white people, man. There ain't no Frederick Douglass without no white people. There ain't no Sojourner Truth without no white people. All Benjamin Banneker, all of them, everyone that we studied in Black history, white people were helping them become successful, man. So you can't just look at somebody's skin color and just how they believe in something and be like, yo, you a white supremacist. You got to really look at what they do to the culture and how they help another culture. And that type of shit has to go into effect as well, man. You got to have all that.
So you're saying that white people helped us to get out of slavery, so we should bow down to them and say, okay, well, you guys are not white. That because those few that did help us, the other ones are just admonished.
No. I'm saying, okay, if we're going back in history, or we looking at what's going on now? Where we're going back in history is that, yeah, there was a split in that white brotherhood type of thing because of the way the law was. The South, they said that you could have slaves. But Abraham Lincoln once believed that it was slavery was an issue. Like, we gotta look at slavery always been an issue since the Quakers and shit. There were white women around there passing out papers and shit talking about abolish slavery because of the religious part of it. But Abraham Lincoln he felt a certain kind of way at one point, but when he got to be a president, he understood that that shit was wrong. Dude. So he fought against the South in order to end it. He was the commander in chief. Matter of fact, he put an executive order to end slavery during the damn war. Because he said anybody who can escape and get up north, dude, the Union Army gonna help you get to freedom and shit up north if you can get off that shit. But
So you don't think that they did that from an economic purpose, or you think that they did that out of the kindness of their heart, or do they feel like the North needed the workers that the South did because the South was being more powerful than the North, and so therefore the North wanted to end slavery so that they can get some of the labor from the slaves?
Well, the labor from the slaves is this. Like, so if I wanted labor from the slaves as the North do, I would want slavery to keep on going because I don't have to pay them because they working together. It was what it was. Dude, Abraham Lincoln was like, "Yo, I do not care no more, dude. Like this fight, tear against the country, whatever like that, but it's gonna be unified. That you cannot be slaving nobody no more, dude, regardless of the economic shit or whatever like that." Because the economic shit was, so the South was more agriculture, right? The North was more industrial. So they was still they had the cars and shit, right? Not the cars, they didn't have the cars then, but they was doing more of the railroads and shit like that. So they had their own industry, which was powerful, and then the South had, you know what I mean? So they was working together. So if they could have kept slavery going on, and everybody would have been cool.
All right. So according to Google, Abraham Lincoln ended slavery primarily because he saw it as moral evil and believed that freeing slaves would weaken the Confederate war effort during the Civil War. Using the Emancipation Proclamation as a military strategy to incentivize enslaved people to join the Union, cause and deprive the South of their labor force. While his initial goal was to preserve the Union, he came to view ending slavery as a necessary step to achieve that goal. So ending slavery was a military strategy at best.
So check it out. And I agree with you, right? But at the same time, though,
it wasn't like they just felt something in their hearts and felt so sad for the poor slaves in the South. No, this is a strategy. It was all about like power and the North becoming the power.
Come on, Genesis, check this out. Come on now, listen.
It says it right here that
I know, and I'm explaining to you. If I'm Abraham Lincoln, dude, and I got a problem with the South and they slavery shit, right? So my goal is to abolish slavery. That's my goal. That's the reason why I'm going to war and shit. That's already
that was not the reason why they were going to war, though. The
yes,
Confederate War was not.
Okay. Yes, it was. Abraham Lincoln got to the point in this presidency, dude, that he felt that people should be free, dude. He felt like a hypocrite to be president of the United States, and there are enslaved people inside. It went against what the original Constitution was. The original Constitution was supposed to be about all people being free, but nobody really got to that shit. Everybody had problems with it, but it just got to him. And he was like, yo, I'm about to start this war, dude, so I can end it. Now, I would listen, if I'm a slave, me and you were slaves back in the day, right? Let's put this in context. Me and you on the plantation, right? And we endured slavery, our family endured slavery, and we hear that we're going to be free because of Abraham Lincoln. We're not caring about the reason why he's doing that shit. We just want to be free. We're not caring about, oh, you got this problem with the South or you use it as a military strategy. We would not care, man. We would just been like, yo, what's the goal? Freedom. We win this war. We're going to be free. We're not going to have to work for master no more. That's what we care about. So we could go back in hindsight and look at all that other shit and be like, oh, he really didn't want to do it. But what did he really do? And he got shot in the head behind that shit. So it's like, I'm looking at it like, what really happened? He put it in law because the only way you're going to be free is it has to be in law because we are governed by laws in America, right? So he put it in law. He had to sign off for that shit. He had to be willing to die for that shit. And he did both of them. So I wouldn't really be tripping. I wouldn't give.
Right, I'm looking at the information right here. It says, yes, the primary reason the Confederate and Union State went to war during America's Civil War was due to the issue of slavery, with the Southern Confederate states wanting to preserve slavery and the Northern Union states largely opposed to its expansion and ultimately seeking its abolition. So, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Because you know what? Because the South was trying to move that shit past the Mississippi River. So I was born in Kansas, right? So John Brown, the white dude John Brown, he was all through Kansas and all that type of stuff, fighting and shit. But they was trying to get it to Kansas and to the West, to California, Utah, all that type of shit. And they was like, yo, we not doing that shit no more. Because if they would have worked with the South, you know what I'm saying? Then they would just been a powerful nation. Because they both could have been utilizing slaves. They both could have been like, that's free labor, right? For the South and for the North. So Abraham Lincoln just didn't. He just didn't look at it like, yo, I really didn't. I'm doing it for another different type of reason. He just like, yo, we just got to stop this at this point in history. And he used it as a military.
You don't think it was a matter of like of having power over those southern states and actually becoming an ultimate power? You don't think it was like I said, the ability to have like that labor coming to the North.
If he would have kept slavery going on, then he would have been able to do that, and that would have made the North even more powerful. They all would have been powerful. They all, man, the North, because you on that coastline, right? So you Virginia, all that shit. So you would have got all them slaves coming off the damn coast and shit. So the North would have been powerful in the industrial revolution market, and the South would have been powerful too. So everybody would have been happy. Everybody would have been happy. But Abraham Lincoln was like, yo, we don't want no more parts of that. That's why it was always a division between the North and South. The North was always a spot where they didn't like slavery. It's always been like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? So the South has always been a spot where, you know what I mean, where that shit was going on. And it just came to that point in history where it just went down like that. And back to what Claude Anderson once said, right, too, right? When he said that 40 acres and a mule. What happened, this is my research on it in history. What happened was, yeah, they were supposed to get that 40 acres and a mule, whatever like that. But Abraham Lincoln got killed during the Reconstruction period. And Andrew Johnson, who was his vice president, was from Tennessee. He was more on the fucking slavery shit. Because what Abraham Lincoln wanted to do, he wanted to have somebody who was pro-slavery and somebody who wasn't, you know what I mean, about it like that, right? On the same ballot. So when he got killed, Andrew Johnson got into office, and that's where he started propelling for the Jim Crow laws. So he stopped the 40 acres and a mule. Because what was supposed to happen was black people, the Buffalo Soldiers, were supposed to go out there and move the Native Americans off the land in order for black people to get that land. That was supposed to happen. But it didn't go that way, though, because Andrew Johnson stopped that shit before the Reconstruction period was over with. That was the whole Reconstruction. They decimated the South, destroyed and obliterated it, and they were going to reconstruct it where black people had a choice. You could stay down here and get you some land, or you could go somewhere else and get you some land. We're going to move these Indians out the way in order for y'all to get it because y'all was enslaved people, and we're going to get that to you. But the plan never went through because Abraham Lincoln got shot in the head.
Okay, so let's go into it. Let's look at more.
Then Abraham Lincoln won the war.
What were doing was wrong. They've always known that. Thomas Jefferson, he knew. They knew. They knew what they were doing were wrong. But it was like a necessary evil because they were coming out of Europe so weak. So they're like, hey, we just got to do what we have to do to survive, because the so-called founding fathers, the white supremacists, they tried to build colonies here in North America, and they all failed. They couldn't do it on their own. So they needed black people to assist them. So
these talking points that you're having, I might point out to the audience as well, is almost a black supremacist ideologies where you're saying, oh, Europe was weak, they needed blacks. This is like a black supremacist talking point.
Am I telling a lie?
Yes.
Okay, where did I lie? Where did they do good in Europe?
First of all, you guys just picked cotton for Jews. You guys were never needed for society, and that's why you were abolished and Abraham Lincoln won the war.
So if it was that simple, that all you needed to do in order to not starve to death and cannibalize each other was pick some damn cotton for Jews. If you white supremacists and your brethren were so weak and they couldn't do that, that shows how much of the losers they were, sir. You couldn't even, sir, listen, no. If it were that simple, if all it was to stop these people from starving, because your brethren, they were over here starving to death. They couldn't build nothing on their own. Every colony they tried to build by themselves without black people, Roanoke, Even Jamestown, it didn't pop off until black people got there, sir. San Miguel del Guadalupe over in North Carolina, that failed. St. Augustine, they failed multiple times there. They were begging for black people to come over there and help them, sir. Your family, your ancestors. Well, and I don't know when y'all came over here, but they failed miserably. And you said all they needed to do was pick cotton for Jews, and they couldn't even do that. So were they that incompetent, sir? They couldn't just pick cotton to come
No,
up?
listen, what I'm saying is that when black people came over, you guys were just used as farm equipment, really. I mean, you guys were the labor. You know what I mean?
So you
Um,
couldn't be farm equipment, sir? I mean, that's all it took. If we were just marginalized farm equipment, you couldn't do that. You had to sit here and starve until some other person says, "Hey, let me use this pickaxe or let me use this garden tool to dig a hole." You couldn't do that.
well, listen, you're trying to very much simplify it, and like,
No, because
listen,
you're justifying us. You're saying that all we were was farm equipment, but your people failed. They
they
couldn't do.
didn't though.
They did, sir. Oh,
So what do you think about those talking points so far?
All right. So on that part, I mean, Tyreek, I think Tyreek is losing in that, dude. He's not really trying to let dude talk so he can really educate him and help him understand from a different perspective, right? So the thing is like when black people came over here, let's ask ourselves that question. What was they used for? They was used as field people. They was there to the agriculture shit, like to be able to do the cotton and all that type of stuff.
Right? Why?
And
Because we were farmers in Africa too. There was a
okay,
lot of.
okay, so that's probably going to be a big business investment because you can't get those slaves from Africa without those African kings sanctioning that shit. White people just didn't go in there and just take people. So they went in there and they told them African kings, and whoever was in power, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to got this thing going on with cotton. We need some workers. We need some farm people, whatever like that. And they gave them people. They traded something for them people, and they bought some of them people. So they made a business deal. You're not getting them Africans out of Africa without the African permission. That's the main thing. So it's really hard for me personally to just be like looking at white people like, oh, like I have to look at the source and shit. I'd be like, where you get them from? Who let you get them people, man? I have to look
But
at
I
them.
think a lot of the slaves that were coming out of Africa were not sent over here by their own people. They were sent over by, like, they were captured prisoner of war and then sent into slavery. It wasn't like people were sending their own. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I can give. I mean, I can agree with that. I know it's gonna
So
be some.
they're not going to say, why would I
Yeah.
send my master craftsman over to America when I need it for my culture? So I don't think it was that. I think that they would have wars. They would send those people that they were warring. And that's why you have a lot of people that you had different groups of people in society that came over here. They were not all just like the lowly people or the farmers. There were like people that were really high in state and high in society because those were prisoners of war.
Right. So the thing is, I'm looking at, okay, if I look at it from what dude's saying, if I got a plantation, all right, say we the slave masters, right? Just say that, right? And we got a plantation and we know cotton grow here, right? When we get those slaves in, we know how the cotton grows. We tell them the slaves what to do every day. We're telling them how to pick the cotton. We're telling them when to pick the cotton,
But
how
here's another
long to
thing:
pick the
is
cotton.
that what Tariq is saying is that they didn't know what to do. That's why they
They
had.
did know what to do.
If they
You know
knew what
why
to
they
do,
knew?
they
You
wouldn't
know
need
why? Wait.
slaves.
Hold on. Say it again. Say it again.
If they knew what to do and how to do the land, and they were farmers themselves, why would they need slaves?
So check this out. It's the same way when you running a company. When you expanding your company, you're not going to do like it's just like I remember you saying that you do stuff with websites, right? So if you're expanding your company and you know how to do websites, then when you start to accelerate and want to do something else, you're going to teach somebody how to do what you already know how to do, what you already knew how to do. You already knew how to do the websites.
Right.
So the thing is, it doesn't make any sense because if you're getting Africans, they don't grow cotton in Africa. So that's what I'm saying. Is like, how are those Africans going to know how to pick cotton and do the agricultural work without being told exactly what to do? They already knew what to do. They just told them to do it instead. So
Man,
they didn't create.
how hard is it to pick cotton though? Like, I mean,
They didn't want to pick it. They didn't want to pick it
but what
because
I'm
they
saying
wasn't getting
is that, well,
assistance.
first of all, if you've ever seen cotton, it's very thorny. It's very a very difficult
Right.
plant to pick. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
they didn't want to do it. They couldn't do it. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
They couldn't sit out in the sun picking cotton. So what they did was because they initially, I think, from what I understand, they did try to have other types of people come in and pick cotton, but those people did not last.
Okay. Right. So what
that's
they
what
did
they
was
ended up over to Africa and bringing in the because those
Yep.
Africans was able to work in the heat and this, that, the other.
There you go. There you
Once the
go.
heat hit them, they couldn't do it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
So right, I agree. Yeah. So what
I'm gonna play a little bit more of this. Let's see what else.
Okay.
Okay, if they didn't name a successful colony they had when black folks weren't around, name it.
Okay.
Over here. Name it.
Dude, literally so many of the colonies, like you can just rattle them off. But let me instead of doing that, how about I just present this point?
No. You're not going to talk fast and run. No. They didn't get anything going till 1619. The Europeans over here didn't get anything going until 1619, sir. That's when black people were in the mix with them. That's when black people were in the mix with them. Before 1619, what the hell did they have going on that even resembled anything remotely successful, sir? Go ahead, sir. Gabe?
Oh shit, I was muted. My bad.
Go ahead.
By the way, Jamestown, people talk about, oh, well, it was struggling and whatnot. Man, I wonder what would happen if you had savage Indians coming and raiding you a bunch, of course. But by the way, we did have tobacco cultivation already starting before 1619, for Virginia's future economy. Like, look at John Rolfe, that right there. You guys were.
So now, do you agree that his guy is a white supremacist for him to call the Indian savage?
Okay, say it again.
I said, now do you believe that this guy's a white supremacist? Because he said the guy was a white supremacist.
Right,
and he
okay.
said he was a white nationalist, right?
Okay.
So now that you've heard him call Native Americans savage, do you now see that this guy, he actually called it. Tariq Nasheed called it. He said, listen, I know that you're a white supremacist just because I understand if you're a part of like this group, you're going to be talking like white supremacist talking points. And as you can hear, the first thing he called was the Native Americans savage because, but we'll hear more. Let's go.
Slave labor for that after you came, but that started beforehand. Look at the Plymouth colonies. Yeah, the Pilgrims faced a harsh winter, but you had Wampanoag or whatever it's called, particularly Squanto, and that helped them survive, the winter. But after that, you guys still hadn't came yet. You had the fur trade.
Squanto came later. That was later. Squanto came later, and Squanto finessed the people. He finessed those Europeans. They took him over to Spain or somewhere. They took him over to Spain or Europe. They took him somewhere, and then he finessed himself back over here. He told them that he knew of a city with a whole bunch of gold and naked bitches and all this stuff. He said, yeah, just take me back over there to the New World. I'm going to hook y'all up. And they brought him back, and he said, y'all wait here. I'm about to go get the bitches and the gold. They didn't see Squanto's ass. He bounced and warned everybody else about them degenerate ass pieces of crap from your family, sir. So shout out to Squanto. But go ahead, sir.
Okay. But like I was saying, there were several things like fur trade and whatnot that was way before you guys even came. Before the English even established permanent colonies, like Christopher Columbus, Amerigo Vespucci, all these people, Hernan Cortez, all these people came and they set up, permanent settlements, Spanish and French exploration, permanent settlements. And Jamestown happened in 1607, way before.
No, not in North America, sir. In the settlements that the Spanish had, they all had black people with them. They had black interpreters with them. Juan Garillo, he was one of the people down there in the area of Mexico who brought in wheat cultivation. So they had to bring black Moors with them. The Spanish, they knew what it was. They only got established because they had black Moors with them. They were using Moorish ships. When Columbus came over, you had Pedro Alonso Nino. They called him the Negro. That was his nickname. He was a Moor. So yeah, they had black people with them, sir. The Spanish had black people with them.
What do you think about that talking point?
I feel like if we make a turn to that, I say if you come in, if any culture, when we just look at Europeans, if we're coming to somewhere we never been before, I think you're probably going to bring people in there that can help you. You're going to bring whoever can help you, whoever you can find. If you find somebody black to be able to help you, you find they go in there to come over there to help you. You find some Asian person to help you, you're going to find somebody to help you. That's just what it is. But Tariq Nasheed is is glorifying being used by a culture, right? So I don't understand why he even go. I mean, I don't even understand why he even going that far with it like that to that degree and stuff. I'm like, yeah, they use like you got black people to use them to be able to further an agenda at one point in history. You know what I'm saying? So that's like somebody coming to me and be like, "Yo, MD, come on over here, man. I know you good at writing poetry, but come on over here, and I'm about to use you in order to be able to write all this poetry for all these songs or whatever like that. And I'm not really going to give you shit. I'm not about to sit there and brag about what I wrote for somebody new. I'm not
Well,
about to do
I
that.
don't think that those more. I think those Moors were compensated. I don't think that they were. It was like they. I don't know. We'll see.
That's why they kind of had a leg up. But
Okay, this is absolute nonsense because if you look at Hernan Cortez when he came over, it was not necessary for any blank to be there. Think about it. Oh, they had you literally just said that there was like a translator. That makes literally no sense because nobody spoke that fucking language. And by the way, when they did talk to these people, what you just kill their people, take their resources, and simply start your own society. There's no necessary need for any black. Like I don't know why you're saying that there was, other
okay,
than just we wasery.
okay, family. Get your pens. Columbus had a like a melanated Jewish translator with him, Luis de Torres.
Translator to what language?
Yeah, this is I'm telling you. He had Luis de Torres. They had these translators with them. These people, they could speak multiple languages. They could speak Arabic, they could speak Hebrew, and they understood that there had been trade with other black people before. So that's why they brought translators with them. And Luis de Torres, they said that the Aboriginal people understood what the hell he was saying when he came over to the Caribbean. Also, you had people like Estevanico, who came over with the Spanish. He was a translator, and people understood what the hell he was saying. He had some kind of knowledge of the language. So this is very well documented. I want everybody to Google what I'm saying, sir.
I mean, you're right. Luis de Torres was definitely a Jew, right? Like he
Was
spoke, I believe, Hebrew, the Aramaic, Arabic, Portuguese, all this kind of thing. But you know, upon arriving, I believe it was Cuba, right? He sent Torres and Rodrigo de Jerez inland to explore, right? And they encountered the natives smoking tobacco and whatnot. That's like the first recorded European observation of these customs. But they weren't able to communicate with these people on the level that you're saying. That's just completely false. It's not documented at all. These people spoke.
slow down. Yeah, some of the black people, some of the, and there were the Jewish people, many of them had that Moorish bloodline too. But the Spanish, they would bring over these translators, and for some reason, some of these translators kind of knew what the people were saying. They understood what they were saying, sir. But go ahead. Now, what are you saying about the language? Go ahead. I don't want to, I just like to bring clarity to
I'm
everything.
saying it's a completely different language that's not based on Latin, that's not based on, Hebrew or any of these languages that these people knew. It's just you look at these native languages like Tagalog and these other languages, it's just not the same at all. These words are not similar. I don't know how you could think that knowing any of these other languages would help you any more than just knowing body language. It doesn't make sense.
Telling you because listen, sir, because there was trade with black Muslims in this country centuries before Columbus, sir. There was trade in this on the in the New World. You had the Moors, they had the ships, and they were coming over here, interacting with the people, and they had conversational trade, sir. That when you mentioned Hernando Cortez, do you know that he saw, and I want you to Google this while I'm talking, when he went down to, I think, Central America, Cortez saw a bunch of mosques down there. He drew them, he drew pictures of them.
Okay, man.
Google what I'm saying. So either I'm lying or Cortez is lying. All right.
All right. So, what do you think about that? What are your thoughts?
I don't have no, really no thoughts on that. It's like I'm going back and forth about what they had and what this had. I have to
So,
look
do
at
you
right.
believe that there were mosques actually here when they actually discovered Central America?
It could be. Yeah. I feel like, um,
Do you
what's the point?
believe that the Moors were trading with America before Columbus came?
I don't know. It could be true. Let's just say it is true. Let's just say that did happen.
So would it make sense for him to have an actual Moor on the boat with him because the Moor probably knew, one, the route, and number two, that how to trade with the people that were in America at the time?
That could be possible. Yeah. That could be possible.
All right. So this guy is like saying that cannot be possible, period. You know what I'm saying? No, they spoke a whole nother language and they were just over here in TP huts. You know what I'm saying? Where we are able to find like information where in certain parts
Well,
of
he talking.
America. You'll
Well,
see
he talking
like
about Central. Wait a minute. He talking about Central America. Like that's not the the United States body of land. I mean, we were talking about cotton and all that type of stuff. So if we're talking about
here's the
Central
thing: like
America,
slavery started in the Caribbean and then it moved
okay,
up into America. Okay,
okay. So in
so it
different
would it
regions,
would have like so it would embody like the Caribbean, then went into then the cotton. You know what I'm saying? So cotton came later. The
okay,
main ports of slavery were the Caribbean. Then it
okay,
moved up.
okay.
So
So if somebody was going to the Caribbean, and those people were down there that understood the language, I believe that's highly possible.
okay.
Yeah, yeah. If
And
they,
I'm not lying. I'm just telling you what he said. Now, if you think Cortez is lying, well, go holler at some of his ancestors. Can you Google Google while I'm talking? I want the family to Google while I'm talking. Hernando Cortez went down there and he saw a bunch of mosques, and they also saw people
Okay.
dressed in Moorish attire. So a lot of the Spanish would say that. That's why they brought over people who could speak Arabic.
Dialectically, the word Moorish to them at the time is not literally what you're saying. They're just saying that it was like ethnic clothing of a different variety.
Hmm?
Legitimately, that is what the linguistic word mean. And by the way, if they were so easily translatable from these Arabs and from these blacks, by the way, you shifted from blacks to Arab translators, by the way. However,
Because
if
the Arabs,
okay, Tariq, you told me not to talk over you, so
no,
Well, that was condescending, but let me just show this. All right, so uh, in the late 1530s, Cortez explored the northern part of Mexico and discovered Baja California for Spain. Cortez wrote a letter to his emperor, Charles V, about his journey through Aztec Mexico. In the letter, he expressed admiration for the city, its commerce, and its citizens.
Mhm.
So that means that people were not just over there because the narrative is that people were just over here like living in mud huts. You know what I'm saying? There were
Mhm.
cities, there was commerce, there was what I'm saying. So that makes a lot of sense what he's saying. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. So when we look at North America, right?
So I'm not sure. I wouldn't know if Reddit is like okay. Let's see.
What you say?
So I'm gonna go into the letter that Cortez wrote. Let me find the letter.
Mm.
Trying to bring it up right now.
Okay.
Because the Cortez wrote a letter. In the first letter of Fernando Cortez to Charles V, he is describing Mexico, and he says Cortez described Mexican cities as towns as having mosques and built in a Moorish style.
Okay.
So what Tariq is saying is indeed correct that there were mosques in Mexico based on Fernando Cortez's letter to. Okay, so here is the letter. Let's go into it. Let me zoom in. This is a letter to.
Okay.
So he broke down how the people looked.
Right.
All right, and then let's see if I can go into the. Well, he go. So all right. There are some large towns with well laid out,
Hmm.
towns well laid out. The houses being of stone and mortar
Hmm.
when they have it. Okay, and then he
Hmm.
says the apartments, okay, are small, low, and in the Moorish style. And when they cannot find stone, they make them of adobes, whitewashing them, and the roof is of straw. Some of the houses of the principal people were very cool and had many apartments. Very
Hmm.
cool. So I guess like they were well ventilated and have many apartments. So these people had apartment buildings down there. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay. Okay.
So we have seen more than 5 courts in one house, and the
Hmm.
apartments very small, distributed. Each principal department of service being separate. With them, then they have in their walls reservoirs for water and rooms, slaves and dependents of whom they have many. Each of these chiefs have at the entrance of his house, but outside of it, a large courtyard, and in some there are 2 and 3 and 4 very high buildings with step ceiling leading up to them. So they are very well built, and in them they have their mosques and prayer places
Hmm.
and broad galleries on all sides, and they keep their idols which they worship, some being stone, some of gold, some of wood,
Hmm.
and honor them, serve them in such wise with so many ceremonies that much paper would be required to give your Royal Highness an entire exact description of all of them. These houses and mosques, wherever they exist, are the largest and best built in the town. They're kept very well adorned, decorated with feather work and well woven stuffs, with all manner of ornaments. Okay,
Mhm.
so when he came into this is a Central America and Cuba, okay, which is a island,
Mhm.
which is
Mhm.
the Caribbean and things like that.
Right.
These places were well established with buildings and things like that, so they were not living in teepees and mud huts. They had actual buildings with apartments and things like that. So, and that's what Tariq Nasheed is speaking of.
Okay. So, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, so I agree with that. I agree with that's what he said he saw, and that's in a whole different part of the world, right? So we're talking about. I thought we were talking about what was going on with the colonists and all that type of stuff.
The colony that was in the 16. That came later, like after the 1600s. This was in the 15. So
Right.
imagine. So it's like so you're saying that now South America was established and like had buildings, and you think that America didn't have the same thing, or what do you think? North America didn't have similar structures?
I believe this. I believe I would have to go off of the writings of people of that time. So if somebody had in their writings that, I mean, we're from the Midwest, right? So if somebody said, yo, in Michigan, there was these big, cities and things like that, and there was documentation on it, then yeah, I'll definitely take that into consideration. But what was going on in the United States was Native Americans, like, or it could have been wherever we could have been here. All these different tribes could have been here. They probably wasn't as sophisticated as the ones that was in the Caribbean at that time. Maybe it just didn't get to that point yet. Maybe if Europeans didn't come over here and try to establish land, it could have went up that way, and that could have happened through the influence over years and years and years. That could have happened. That's
But
possibility.
the Moors had like traversed. So bottom line is because if you actually look in even into the Grand Canyon, which is some of the reasons why people understand that we were already over here, you'll see like different statues and like they're kind of like looking older and kind of worn down. But you'll see sphinxes and things like that. Even in Tennessee, like there's actually aspects of like sphinxes and things like that that they'll find like remnants of cities. A lot of places got actually put underwater.
Mm-hmm.
So so let's go further. Let's listen to what else Tariq Nasheed says.
No, because you just said something, and I want to put clarity to it. Yeah, I'm saying black because the Moors were black, and many of them were Muslim, and they spoke Arabic. All right, but go ahead, sir. Moor means black, by the way. So just put.
Okay, I really don't care about that talking point, but if we're allowed to just interrupt each other because somebody made a point, then we can do that. I'm just saying.
But we're going to bring clarity because this is a teaching moment, so we just have to bring clarity to everything. But go ahead, sir.
I mean, I'll allow that because I really don't care. I don't give a shit who the Moors were. But
Right.
here's the thing.
No, you don't.
If my entire point is this: if they were so easily understood, then how come in 1492 the Tianos, what the Cuba, like I was trying to say, I just forgot the word, um, got attacked by Christopher Columbus and their people because they had a dispute over resources. They weren't easily able to communicate with each other, like you're saying. If you read about it, talk about the colonial period of these kinds of things. They were talking about Christianity and things with these people, trying to get them to understand, but they didn't.
No, sir. No. What?
So as you can see in the 1500s that this place was established, had buildings, apartments, this, that, the other. And now he's questioning whether or not why would the Cubans go against Christopher Columbus and try to fight him because they couldn't understand what he was saying. It's like, so what was Christopher Columbus trying to do? You know what I'm saying? Because why would they go against him if this is established? That's almost like somebody going into New York and then people starting to have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? You got like
Right. If
whole
you're a
apartments
foreigner,
and everything like that, whole city going on, and here comes Christopher Columbus with whatever the hell he bringing, and he's saying that the reason why they had this conflict was because they couldn't understand what Christopher Columbus was saying.
it could be a lot of different things, not just probably the language. It could have been because the thing is this. I think this is what the guy is probably saying. If Christopher Columbus came in there, if people understood in communication, it probably wouldn't be no issues like that, probably to a certain degree.
Or
But
maybe
by
Christopher Columbus was trying to be deceptive, and they were like, "Hell no!" And then they got his ass up out of there. Let's go.
Yeah, that's what.
Saying isn't
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
No, the reason why they had conflict and the reason why Columbus left Hispaniola, when he came back, all of his men were slaughtered by the Taino Indians. They slaughtered the hell out of them, and it wasn't because of a language barrier. You had one of the Tainos said, "Hey man, your people were mistreating us. Hey, we're cool. We're down to trade with you. We're hospitable, but we're not going to let you whoop on us and enslave us and do anything you want to do." So they put foot to that ass. So that's why.
Okay. So
Sir?
just basically saying you will not eat each other in my presence is wrong. I mean, I guess if that's an undermining of their culture. Same thing with the Iroquois. You will not scalp up people and you will not eat people.
So now he's trying to say that the Cubans that were down there, that were also Moors, that practice Arab religion, you know what I'm saying, were eating each other. So now do you see how ridiculous this guy is saying? So you agree with him up to the point, but like now we're getting into weird stuff. You know what I'm saying? He's saying that the reason why they got into it is because the white people came into the place and was like, you won't do this, you won't do that. Well, you can't come into a place and tell people what not to do. Now I know come on now, we were eating each other, come on, and they were Islamic or whatever religion they were at the time. You know what I'm saying? That if they had mosques inside their house, they had like, whatever. Now he might have been, I'm not sure what religion Christopher Columbus was, but he's probably trying to bring his religion into the situation, and that's probably what made them, say, hold on. You know what I'm saying? But let's hear what the rest of this guy have to say.
In our presence. Oh, that's fucked up. That's wrong to tell them to not do their culture, I guess. I mean, because that's what it was about. They were like, oh, well, we like Christianity and you like cannibalizing each other. So, I mean, that was the dispute. Legitimately, if you look it up, 1492 in Cuba, that's what happened. And it's the same thing that happened to the Iroquois, the same thing with the Aztecs. It's just how this always played out for the colonization. They would come, they would trade, they would see like shitty behaviors, call them out on it, by trying to stop them from doing these things, and then there would be a conflict.
Well, no, sir. The cannibals were the white supremacists.
Oh my God.
Sir, your people were cannibalizing each other, sir.
No, we were not, bro. Cite evidence.
Jamestown, hell. In Jamestown, they were cannibalizing each other. Go Google family the starving time of Jamestown. They were eating each other, sir. Before we came, this is how you guys were failing to the point where you were eating each other. This is very well documented. Look up the starving time in Jamestown. Y'all couldn't cut it. You couldn't grow nothing. You couldn't cultivate anything. So you're like, hey, Sally looks like a snack.
That is such full of shit. That right there is super propaganda from the Smithsonian Institute, by the way.
He said Sally was like a snack. That's just crazy. I'm listening. Go ahead.
And at the time, if you really want to know what happened,
family, look up what I'm saying. Well, you're not gonna say that's bullshit, dude.
You there?
So I just looked up the starving time. Let's go into the starving time, right? So the starving time was the winter of 1609, 1610, when food shortages, fractured leadership, and siege by Powhatan Indian warriors killed 2 of every 3. What happened is that so they struggled to maintain food supply.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if there was. So survivors starving time reported that they ate their horses, their dogs, their cats, and other pets, and rats and other vermin in the settlement in shoe leather. I don't think they're going to. So, okay,
So basically, what was going on is so
it's saying archaeologists have found evidence that they ate cats, dogs, horses, and cannibalism was confirmed in 2013 to have occurred in at least one case. The remains of a teenage girl of about 14 years was forensically analyzed to show to have telltale marks consistent with butchering meat. So, yeah.
Okay. So, all right. So what's the problem?
They were starving, I guess. I don't know. Let's go.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. And so when you start talking about colonists, right? When you start talking about white people and the Europeans, whatever like that. One thing, and I'm not really. It could be any culture of people, right? I'm just gonna say those human beings that came over here. They endured all that shit on foreign soil. They wasn't from over here, right? I agree. They weren't from over here. They didn't know shit about what was going over here. They still came over here, and they ate each other. You goddamn right to start. They killed motherfuckers and all right to build some shit. And they stayed the course. And eventually, what happened? They took over the whole goddamn continent. So people can say all this, what happened here, and they did this here, and no, them MFs, dude. They came over here and they stayed the course of the vision, dude, and they kept going and kept going and kept going to the point where they got strong enough, at least, right, to be able to fight Great Britain and win to become their own nation. Because these people wouldn't have their own nation then. They were products of Great Britain. So they stayed the course. You can say they starved and ate all these people and ate Sally and all that. They ain't die off. And what they did was they decimated them. They decimated everybody who was over here. They took their shit. Let's keep it 100. I don't care how strong your civilization was and how powerful you was. When you came against them Europeans and battled on, your ass got your ass whooped a couple times, and you killed a whole bunch of them, and they killed a whole bunch of you, and then do all them wars back and forth, back and
We
forth.
don't say K. Stop saying kill. Say K. You know.
K.
I have to
right,
put
K.
this thing on. I have to like take this and like edit it. But okay.
My bad. K. So pow, right? Pow. Okay. Pew. I mean, right. So yeah, we can say that all we want to about the strong, like the Moors was here and all that type of stuff. What eventually happened to them? What eventually happened? They eventually got conquered. They eventually seized control of whatever it is that they had, and the Europeans end up taking that shit.
All right, so
that's what happened.
Scholarship here. Can y'all please Google or do Google Scholar? Or just look up what I'm saying on any historic site. Look up starving time in Jamestown, Virginia. Cannibalism. All right, look it up. It's very well documented, and even archaeologists, they dig up stuff now and see some of the remains and the bones that the people have with teeth marks in them.
Yeah, they
Go ahead, sir. Yeah, this is very well documented.
Okay, so yes, there was cannibalism, but if you listen to what I said before you muted me, like you love to do, the Powhatan Confederacy, these Indian tribes, they came into Jamestown and were fucking eating people. That's why if you go to the Smithsonian Institute, they're going to say, that right there is propaganda, like, oh, white people were eating each other. That's not even true. They found the remains of a 14-year-old girl named Jane, that showed clear signs of being butchered for food, like cut marks on her bones and all this kind of stuff, because the Powhatan were legitimately eating all of the white people there.
Oh, I don't believe that. I don't believe it.
Of course you don't believe it, but you can look it up too.
Why would they have to eat people? That's the propaganda.
The Iroquois literally did.
To make them seem more uncivilized, to justify enslaving the people and to justify taking their land. These people have been here for centuries. They had food here. You got wild turkeys, you got corn, you got squash, you got pumpkins, you got all types of food out here. You don't need no musty ass white supremacists to eat on. Why would they do that? Why?
Yeah, they had all the food and still chose to eat each other. It was a common practice across.
Think of these people been here.
Or do you think that it was a matter of war?
What do you mean? In what kind? What do you mean?
So you're saying that? So he's trying to say that the Powhatan went into Virginia and was eating the people that were in that colony. And I'm like, so did they just do it because they were hungry, or did they do it because it was a war situation, and probably like maybe part of like their culture is to eat the flesh of their the people that they've conquered, whatever. Who knows?
That's possible.
It sounds something more like that. I don't think they did it because they were starving. I think it was more like, hey, listen, you're in our area, and guess what? It's on.
Yeah.
And on top of that, when I get done with you, it's gonna be on even further. So
here for thousands of years. Why would they eat your ass? Now y'all eating each other because you couldn't grow nothing. You couldn't grow nothing in Europe. Why would they?
This is full bullshit. You want to know why? Because let me tell you, it was a common practice among all of the Americas for some level of cannibalism, regardless of sustenance. And I don't know why you're saying that that's not true, but there's literally documents of Spanish,
That's what y'all were doing in Europe, sir. During the Dark Ages, y'all were doing that in Europe. especially when y'all get to starving, y'all get to eating folks. That's your culture, sir. Y'all were doing that in Europe in the 1300s heavy. Y'all eating everybody, eating kids, baking people in pies. Even your nursery rhymes and childhood
He said
stories were
bacon.
about cannibalism.
I
Hansel
said
and
bacon.
Gretel.
Dude,
Fattening. No, no,
this
no,
shit.
no, 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 no. We're talking history here. Your nursery rhymes about eating people and children, sir.
That was funny.
Tariq is hilarious. I'm sorry. That's
Yeah, that
funny.
was funny.
It's about a witch that is
Right,
like an evil witch eating people. It's clear sign that that's wrong, that it was an evil person eating children. It's a
sir.
scary story for children.
Y'all were doing that in Europe
Okay,
during
Africa does it today. What's your point?
in Africa, sir. I'm a foundational
Africa
black.
did it an hour ago.
Yeah,
Like,
but do it now. Yeah, Jeffrey, your Jeffrey Dahmers of the world are doing it an hour ago
Jeffrey
too.
Dahmer was a
Yeah, okay, yeah, but doesn't matter. Don't matter what his sexual preference was. That's one of your people. A lot of your people are kind of moist. It doesn't matter, sir. A lot of your people got weird sexual preferences. Y'all still be eating, folks. Just because you eat the dick first, that doesn't negate the fact that you're cannibalists, cannibals, sir.
Oh, bro, I know it's gonna get a yellow stripe. I hope it's a yellow thing, but okay.
okay, so you're basically going to use a person.
Some of you like eating the dark meat as opposed to the white meat. It just depends. But
Okay,
it's still
please,
cannibalism. All right, it's still cannibalism, sir. It doesn't matter. Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
please do not mute after making a talking point instead of just, proclaiming some bullshit thing and not letting me, respond to it. But you're going to use something like Jeffrey Dahmer, who is such a tiny, minute percent of our population, somebody who is completely outside of the cultural norm, so not even in relative spectrum of the white culture. As something like, oh, white people eat each other, but then you won't acknowledge that Africa has had this culture for a long time and they literally do it every fucking day.
No, not really. But you guys, and I'm not from Africa, by the way. I'm a foundational Black American, by the way.
Okay.
But your culture, they do it. They do that. The European culture, that cannibalism thing. Even with the Dorner Party out there, when your white supremacist brethren were trying to get to the West, they got stuck up in the snowy mountains, and they do what they do. They just start eating on each other.
The Donner Party out in California, that did actually happen. Yes, that is one thing that did happen. You know what?
Right,
So I'm all about facts. Yes, the Donner Party, they did eat the children to survive. That's a fact.
right.
But you want to know why? Because they did not plan correctly and they got led into a survival situation. That is still such a minute, not even anything culturally based at all. But you still are refusing to say that Africa, there's modern time videos of them eating motherfuckers. I mean,
This conversation they got really deep. You know what?
Yeah.
And it's a shame that it has to get that kind of like disgusting with it. You know what I'm saying about
Right.
cannibalism. You know what I'm saying that we just even make a point about each other, but
Mhm.
but that shows the disdain that's going on deep underneath everything. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's important to to know like the thoughts that's going on in beneath underneath the curtain. So
Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on over there. I don't think it's a normal thing, and
but it
you have
happens much more frequently and it's culturally.
no, no, not really. Because no, it's not. No, it's not more frequent. That's a thing. And you got the cannibals over in Germany. You got cannibals over in Britain. In fact, y'all have whole little dark websites where people
Sir,
from
pull up a video of it.
hold on, sir. You got people within your community.
where can you pull up a video of that and show that and that be okay? Come on now, he's moving the total pole.
Especially over there in Europe now.
You got
They,
hundreds of videos of blacks cannibalizing, but can't find one on Europeans.
there's not hundreds of videos of Black people cannibalizing anybody. No, there's not.
That's not even true. I can pull up a
Nope.
bunch right now. You want to see a bunch? I can send them in your DMs. There's a bunch.
There's not a bunch of videos of people cannibalizing. There's not.
You want to see them? Do you
Yeah.
want to see them?
Yeah, show them. Send me some DMs of that.
Well,
But yeah, our community, sir. You got white supremacists over there sneaking around eating people.
I
Left
will
and,
trade. You will trade. You send me.
and then you got and again the Jeffrey Dahmers. That's not a one-off. That's part of your culture. And again, you can show whatever in Africa. I did. I'm a foundational Black American. In our culture, my culture is foundational Black American culture. We don't do that at all.
So being a serial killer is just on par with culture, is what you're saying?
Okay, but foundational Black Americans, show
What is
me
that?
where
What does that even mean? Foundational Black American.
that means me, people who are not immigrants, sir.
Okay,
Show,
so
All right. So what do you think? Do you think that we should be held accountable for whatever's going on in Africa, or do you think that we're separate?
Can you say me? My bad.
Yeah. Do you think that we should be held accountable if there is cannibalism in Africa, should we say, okay, well, I guess that's a part of our culture, or should we consider ourselves foundational black, and so therefore our culture does not do that, and so therefore that's a separate issue?
Well, I feel like it's hard to say, man. It depends if you consider yourself African. If you consider yourself African or from a specific African tribe, and your African tribe is doing that, then you have to be able to look at it like you may have a problem with it. But if you're from that culture tribe that is into cannibalism, then you probably ain't gonna say shit about it because it's a part of your custom.
So here's the thing. So he's saying he's foundational black American, so and that's not a part of our culture, so therefore that's like a separate thing.
Okay, say that one more time.
That he's saying that we are foundational black Americans. That's not a part of our culture. So whatever's going on in Africa today is not our culture. So that's not the same thing.
Well, then, if you're going to say that, then you can't have no ties to Africa at all. You can't say no ancestors. Your ancestors they come from.
Oh,
That's the
trust
problem.
me, he's not. That's what he's saying. He's not even in this whole foundational black American argument. The whole objective is that we are separate from Africa.
Okay, yeah, I can agree. Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
So that means that you were taken here and your ancestors were slaves and whatnot, and then now you exist here as a free black man because white people freed you. Is that a foundational black American?
Yeah, when did y'all free us, by the way? And we'll go back to that. But yeah, we'll go back to y'all freeing us. But foundational black American, we're the people who built this country from scratch. It wouldn't be a United
Okay.
States for us.
So if I'm holding this belief correctly, you are basically the we wasery of the internet. You guys are like, we is the niggas who built America.
We were. Yeah, we was not starving to death like white supremacists. We was not cannibalizing each other like the white supremacists. Yeah, so we was not doing that.
Okay, so you was also whipped and told, pick that food because we already know how to grow our own shit and we're just gonna use you guys as like farm tools, basically.
Yeah, you did know how to grow your own stuff. That's why you were starving and cannibalizing each other, sir. So you needed us to save
But
you.
that happened because of Indian aggression, but you're just like not gonna talk about that. You're not gonna talk about how they were like savages who ate each other and basically people at their last dying attempt to survive ate each other. But
Right.
that's okay. If you want to degrade Europeans,
Because you couldn't cut it, sir. I don't give a damn. You guys couldn't cut it on your own. And you try to minimize us to being farm tools. We were more than farm tools, sir. We actually saved you. If it weren't for Black Daddy over here saving you, you'd be in hunky heaven right now, eating somebody's arm in
if that
hunky.
is the case, if that is in fact the case, why is it that blacks have never built a cohesive society and have just been used as farm equipment for every single society across like the
Listen,
entire world?
let's talk about foundational Black Americans. Okay.
Oh, so let's ignore all the world history and just say, oh, well, Black America.
And I mean, we can. There were Black societies all over the world, sir.
Okay, what one? This magical Wakanda or some shit? Like, there's literally millions.
Why would he think that Africans did not have any like culture or buildings or nothing like that outside of when? That part is baffling to me. That's crazy.
No, he probably saying inside the United States. Bro.
Nah, he's saying worldwide. Let's look.
Egypt was Black. You had some great stuff going on in West Africa, prosperous stuff in West Africa.
Egypt was a multi-ethnic society.
It was a Black society. We're not going to lie. It was not multi-ethnic because there were no multi-ethnicities at the time, sir. You had Black people. All right. White people didn't even exist when Egypt was at its height. There was no such thing. White people didn't even exist. Y'all came later. Okay. So there were no multi-ethnic societies. Egypt,
that's not even true. You have their.
It was a black ass land. Even the name, Kemet, land of the blacks. All right.
Okay, well, Iran is land of the Aryans. So do you think that the Persians there can say we was the Aryans? I mean, it's just
Right.
Okay, how about this? If you want to talk about if it was multi-ethnic or not, how come
it wasn't? It was Black, dude.
Okay.
You look at this. They weren't white, right? They were not white. Right? We can acknowledge that they weren't white, right?
Okay, well, let me explain what I was going to say. They have, wall paintings and shit that show multiple skin tones.
Oh no, don't babble. Let's just agree to historic facts that they were not white in ancient Egypt. There were not white people building those pyramids in ancient Egypt. We can acknowledge that truth, right? Because you're not going to do I'm white and I say so.
No, there was definitely white people in Egypt.
Sir, the melanoma would have whooped your ass if there were white. The melanoma, you would have died of melanoma on day 3, sir.
Okay, Tar.
So So what do you think about what do you think about what he said so far?
So I mean, I can go back to the to foundational Black America type of thing. So foundational Black America is it's a term that he created, saying that he was born on the land and all that type of stuff. So based on his definition of what foundational Black America is, if you say they existed back in the 1600s or the 1700s, while the Europeans was over there, they didn't build America the way he tried to make it seem like it. What happened was they contributed to society by being told what to build. So I can say it like this: if I'm an architect and I have a
Wait,
blueprint.
hold on. I gotta hold on. I mean, now maybe I'm not sure when Benjamin Banneker was around. That may be later on, but I know for a fact that Benjamin Banneker laid out the concept of DC. So I don't think that they had to tell him to do that. I think that he already had the lay of the land and understood things. So I don't think that it was like someone had to tell them what to do. People were not stupid. I think that we are unfortunately under like the guys that the slaves were dumb. You know?
No, that's not. No, 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 no. I'm not saying that they were dumb. What I'm saying is, in order for Benjamin Banneker to be able to put that even in English, he was taught by somebody the language. He was taught science. He was taught this. Like, if you look at a lot of those, if you look at people like Benjamin Banneker, it's a lot of them that some of those masters took favor to some of those slaves and educated them.
So you think that the white people told the black people how to build?
Hell yeah, a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Yeah. I believe this happened. I believe this happened too, though.
But
I believe while they're
how can
building,
okay, so you don't think that we came from societies in Africa that were actually built up, that and then we came over here, we were just savages, like just picking cotton like farmers.
okay,
And
let's
then the
put it
white
this way.
man was so nice to tell us how to build a city.
No, I'm not saying he was so nice to tell you how to build a city. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, let's just say,
Or how to lay out a city, or how like you don't learn. Listen, something like that where it's come high science on building like structures of like cities and like streets and all this stuff, like layouts of like actually like entire cities and things like that. That's not just, you can't be like, oh, the white man taught the black man how to do that. I'm sorry, you can't just no. But especially when you actually have architecture, like people that actually do digs and stuff like that, and you can see like cities and things like that in Africa. So I don't believe that we were just over here just a bunch of dummies.
I'm not saying you over here is a bunch of dumpies. What I'm saying is, when the when okay, just imagine somebody come through. Just say somebody come to Lake Michigan right now. You know what I'm saying? And we got some slaves or whatever. Like the slaves come over there. Just say the first generation of slaves came over here, right? They're gonna be used for where is it gonna be used? When they die off and the next generation come, they're taught how to be slaves. They're not taking nothing from Africa that they learned from there. Now, maybe the first ones who came over, like if I went over there to Africa right now and I go get 50 people and they built some city shit, like, yeah, they probably would know how to build a city on their land, right? But their children are not going to be able to know that unless somebody teaches it to them.
And
So
you
if I
think the
got
white man taught them? You don't think that the people the person that grew that child up knew how to do that?
no once they get over here, if I got fit, or just say one person, I'm gonna say one person. Let's just say it's one woman who knows how to build. She helped build the city. When she gets pregnant, if I'm the slave master and I got her baby, I'm teaching her baby to what to do in my culture. She don't have no right no more to teach that baby no more. I can stop that from happening.
You want to know why what you're saying is 100% false?
But
Okay, so when Mexicans come over here and do construction, did someone teach them how to do it, or did they already know how to do it based on their culture over there in Mexico?
if a Mexican came over right now, they would know what to do based on their culture. Correct.
Exactly. So don't you
Okay.
think that gets passed down in culture how to build?
It gets passed down in culture if other Mexicans is teaching that person how to build some shit. The same way that Mexican know how to
So
build some shit.
exactly. So the slave master
Exactly.
was just a corporation, right?
I
So
hear
if
you.
you have a so say you have a corporation and it's run by a master, right? So that's almost like
Right.
I would say similar to the CEO of the company, right? The
Okay.
CEO is not going to drag a slave out of the woods and tell him how to build a thing. What happens is that slave already had that ability. You know what I'm saying? It's just that they happen, whatever, because even when they were selling slaves, they would say, well, this person doesn't do that. This person is that. This person's a blacksmith. This is you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So we were not only just coming over here as just like cotton pickers. We actually, there were people over here that were skilled tradesmen.
Right. Okay.
So, and then they would teach their offspring the same thing, or they would teach others the same thing. So it was not a matter of them going to the slave master and the slave master teaching them how to build. They actually had groups within themselves that knew how to do certain things. Different slaves had different functions. Some slaves were like meant to build things. Some were cotton pickers. Some were tree shakers. Some were working in the house. Some were, you know what I'm saying? Taking care of the children. So so to think that we were just a monolith of people just only picking cotton and we were just so like lowly, and then somehow this white man come and said, you know what, you cotton picker number 2, come into my house, I'm gonna teach you how to build a structure. No, that's not how it works.
It could be like that though, Genesis. I'm trying to tell you because
it could be, but I doubt it heavily. You know what I'm saying?
So what dude was talking about the language barrier, right? So if I'm going over to Africa, to get somebody, and I know what, and I brought him to Jamestown or whatever it may be,
and that African speaks Yoruba. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
They don't even know how to speak English, and they don't know how to read. And so, if anything, they already have an ingrained knowledge of building that's from that culture. And then and then you say, okay, we need to build this house. You know what I'm saying? And probably the one that knows how to speak English tells them, okay, we need to build the house. But that person has knowledge of building houses. It's not that the white man came and taught them how to build houses. No, that would never be.
No, that's okay. I think you misunderstand. What I'm saying is, I agree that if I'm getting a slave, I'm getting a slave specifically for what I need one for. I'm just not going to just get anybody. So if I'm building a house, I'm going to talk to the African king or wherever it may be and be like, yo, I'm looking for some people who know how to build houses because I see y'all have houses over here. I'm going to get that person. But when they come over here, they're going to build that house based on what I want them to build. They may have the skill. It's just like somebody who build houses now. Yeah, so a person who knows how to build a house is going to build the house based on what the architect is telling him to do. Yeah, he got the skill from wherever he comes from, but you're going to build that house based on what I want you to build it as, not how you want to be able to build it. That's all I'm saying.
You don't think that they actually knew how to actually construct and architect themselves either?
I believe that some of them that came out, yes, they did in their land. Hell yeah, I believe they were able to do that. I believe there was black architects on that boat, all that type of shit, all different types of people who's building them civilizations in Africa for the longest and passing that knowledge down to generation and generation. I believe that. Yeah.
So of course, so now we get into that the white man had to teach the black man how to like build and how to architect. I don't think that's true.
I believe that you have to. Okay, what I'm saying is you're going to have to build something specifically to his liking and what he wants to be built. Right. So if you're an architect, right, if you have the eye for the architecture type thing, that white slave master possibly is going to just have you in the room and be like, look, I'm trying to build a new plantation. So I need this. He's going to tell that person what he needs, what he wants. And that person's probably going to design it. The black person's probably going to design it based on what the white man needs are, is what I'm saying. That's what he's being used for.
The thing is, you're assuming that the white man would already know how to be an architect.
No, the white man probably already he probably know how to.
I know what I want. Okay, so all right. If I hire a person to do my roof, you know what I'm saying? That means I don't know how to do a roof myself, right? I don't know how to do that. So I would hire a person that already knows how to do roofs, and then that person that already knows how to do roofing, I would get them to come in and do my roof. But I don't know shit about roofing. I don't have to teach them how to do a roof. They'd be telling me how to do what they're doing to making the roof. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? That's so the thought that the slave master was teaching the actual slave how to build something is ridiculous. You know, so let me let him.
My phone is about to die. I'm about to hit you on the tablet so I can finish the conversation. Hold on.
All right, cool. And I have another friend of mine about to come up real soon. So just give him. He said he needed 5 minutes to like get himself situated because I really want to get into this conversation. So let's.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
gonna
hold on.
play, play this some more. Let's go.
Okay, go.
All right.
Well, how do you explain?
Well, sir, y'all can't even rock over there now for a long period of time. You weren't doing that 10,000 years ago when there's no air conditioner running around Egypt with your clothes off.
Sir, what are you talking about? We went.
Sir, even the Arabs have to cover up over there now, sir. So this is what I'm saying. When you start lying and getting into bad faith arguments, that degrades the seriousness of your narrative, sir. You can't do that. We don't do unwhite face, so that makes zero sense, sir.
You just need to let me speak so I can explain my point instead of muting me.
Tell me where these white people came from.
All right, so check this out. What about Ramses II? Clearly a white guy, had yellow hair, still on his mummy. That's a white guy from like 1212 BC or something like that. First of all, and secondly, there's plenty of wall paint.
No, slow it down. If Ramses was a white man, where the hell did he come from?
He clearly came from the Iberian Peninsula down, or from Mesopotamia down, and across the Levant, like very obviously.
So he came from Europe.
Of course.
Okay, then how come there weren't no advanced societies in Europe at the time?
There literally was. What do you think that Turkey was when you had plenty of big groups there?
Sir, at the height of Egypt, there was nothing going on in Europe, sir.
Okay, then what about Babylonia and the beginning of the Caucasus Mountains where white people came from?
Going on. It was y'all in caves, sir. Nothing was going on over there, sir.
Dude, saying that nothing was going on in Europe just shows that you haven't even studied Europe and not understood that there was plenty of Germanic civilizations there. There was plenty of Celtic civilizations there. The Iberians had their own structures and shit that you can even find there. And matter of fact,
later, sir. That was later. Hold on, let me get my brother Mikhail in here. That was later. You're mixing up timelines.
Hey, listen. Please like and subscribe. We're having this conversation. This kind of like it's turning into a debate between me and MD Revo because my brother MD has like some very subversive like thoughts and things about how things went back then. And I got a friend coming up, and I really want him to really like deep dive into this. So I'm waiting on him to come, but we're just listening to this real quick as we go along. But please like and subscribe and share.
Let me get my good brother Mikhail. Mikhail, hop in, sir.
Okay, you guys are basically going to cite some bullshit that's not even true.
Oh, what? You don't know what he's going to say, brother
okay,
Mikhail.
Fine. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Hey, brother Mikhail.
Great Minister of Code. How are you, sir?
I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Gabe, how are you, sir?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm excellent. Thank you. Thank you for asking.
Sweet.
Okay. Who are the, well, let's just say Turkey. You mentioned Turkey. What was Turkey?
Stuff going on.
Sure. What was Turkey? Let's say in 3000, maybe 4000 BCE. What was Turkey called?
Well, Turkey as a landmass did not exist as a country yet, but you had various groups. I guess they would have called it Anatolia, but you had but you had the Trojan culture and all that kind of thing going on there.
Okay, sure. Well, you know that Anatolia and the Scythians did not exist in 3000 BCE. You're aware
never
of
said
that?
anything about Scythians, but you had Hattusa.
Okay, that's Hattusa or the Hittites. You know
Yeah,
they
I
did
can
not
hear you. I can
exist
hear you.
in 3000 BCE. Do you know that?
So you disregard Islam and you disregard the Bible and you disregard Judaism?
The
Because they
Bible,
say the Hittites existed.
the
Can you hear me?
Bible and the Quran did not exist at that
Yeah, I
time
can hear you.
either.
I can hear you.
Okay, so you're like disregarding like religion and anthropomorphic study, yes?
I'm disregarding what you would consider to be the institution of religion. But you know, in that area, you call Turkey a group of, let's just say, an authoritarian regime did exist called Kish. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, but
Can you hear me?
All right, I can hear you. Go ahead. So what do you want to say? Revo? Hello? Okay. I'm gonna continue to play it.
Kish in that.
Yeah. What?
Okay, I just want to hear what your thought is on Kish first, but then I'll explain my topic. Go
No. Explain. Kish. Go ahead.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Kish.
Yeah.
Kish was from Iraq. It's not even from Turkey.
Okay, Kish. No, Kish was centered in Iraq, in Iran, and actually the correct terminology is Kush. Further north, you have,
from the Cushites in the Bible. Yeah.
there you go, with the K, not the C, right? And then if you go further north, you have a group of people called Kashan or Kashan. Are you familiar with them?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, that's cool. I mean, we don't know everything, and
Can you hear me?
growth is the only evidence of life, and I appreciate
Yeah, I
you
can hear you.
being honest. Yeah, so
I can hear you.
the kingdoms or the empire of Anu founded what we would call the Kushite Empire, which founded what you would call the Kemite Empire. These were Nile Valley civilizations.
Welcome to the panel Beyond the Cube. Thank you for joining us. So, MD Rebel
Hold
and
on, hold on. I'm not beyond the cube. I'm outside the
outside the
cube,
cube.
but I appreciate you.
Beyond,
Thank you.
well, outside, beyond is even stronger than outside. So, listen. Okay, so I've had MD up. We've been like going back and forth for the past 2 hours, right? Now, MD Rebel has like some very interesting, opinions about white people and their contributions to Black people in society. One of the things that we kind of been going through, the first thing that we did, we went into Walter Williams, uh, and in that thing, he asked, "Well, why is it that we keep going back into the past, right? Why do we need the scholars to really go back into the past to talk about certain things?" Then I went into Dr. Claude Anderson, and I talked about the fact that the reason why a lot of these people like were talking about Christianity as it exists was to get people away from that ideology so that we could actually begin to like look at ourselves a little bit differently and to not like worship something outside of ourselves like this Christian God that and this that the other. So the conversation then went into Dr. Claude Anderson. We went into his aspect of like the Monopoly game, the fact that we're in a real life Monopoly game, because he didn't understand. MD, I want you to like what, just I shouldn't like speak for you. Go ahead, MD. I want you to state your case on this whole situation,
Can you
because then we got into like this conversation with Tariq Nasheed, and the way he kind of feels is that like that the white people really was the ones that helped us. But go ahead, MD. Go ahead.
hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So what you mean? He said the white people helped. In what way? Listen, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying in helping, I feel that white people, European people, there were people that was abolitionists that help free black people. There were people that was in the Union Army that fought and died with the understanding of being able to free slavery and abolish slavery. There was white people that helped Harriet Tubman through the Underground Railroad. There was John Brown who went to Harper's Ferry and got all those tried to get all those guns and brought Langston Hughes' great grandfather. And he also brought his own sons, and he was strung up and hanging from the gallows because he was
Hey,
trying to
hey,
free black people.
MD. If you're really close to your microphone, just back up a little bit. You're
Okay, okay. So that's where I'm at with that so far.
no, keep going, keep going. What else?
Yeah, I'm kind of confused as to what the conversation actually is. So, brother, what do you prefer me call you? Revo, MD? What do you go
MD,
by?
talk
MD?
MD.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So what I guess I kind of grasp a bit just off what you said of what you're saying, but Genesis, what are you saying that's in opposition to that?
I'm saying that to like say that because I was saying, okay, even although, okay, it's great that we had white people helping us and this that the other. Okay, that's cool. What I'm saying is that does not mean that white supremacy does not exist. It does not mean that when it really comes down to it, when we talked about the Confederacy, we talked about Lincoln's real reason as to why like he freed the slaves. I was like, okay, well, that was a military strategy. It was not so that it didn't because they felt so deep inside to help us. Now there were some people that were willing to do that, but I don't think it was because they were just loving us so much. They were just it was because of like what they wanted to do as far as become powerful within society. Not
So
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 much.
your standing so your standing is yes, white people did help us, but that does not mean that white supremacy doesn't exist. And MD, what you're saying is, if I'm correct, is that yes, we did get help from white people, but what? Are you opposing to what she's saying? Is that white supremacy does exist? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, I don't feel if white supremacy exists, it's just the way I am. If white supremacy exists, I don't see it. Now it doesn't mean it don't exist. If I did see a white supremacist, right? Or let's just look at it like this. This is what I'll say. If I'm on
And
my
so and
purpose,
so and so then I put on a real
Well, hold on,
white.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. He's trying to get to his point.
I'm
We
sorry, I'm
gotta
like I'm
no, no,
fired
it's cool. We gotta hear him out. We gotta hear him out so we know where we disagree because we could agree with what he's saying. So we have to listen.
okay. So what I'm saying is, we all on our purpose, right? So if I'm marching down on my purpose and I'm trying to get to my purpose, and a white supremacist steps in the middle of my road and tries to stop me from getting to my purpose, I will deal with the white supremacist at that moment, right? I'll do what's necessary in order to get them out the road, out of the way of the road, so I can continue to march to get to finish out my purpose or wherever my destination is going. Now I don't look at it. Now people say that's like somebody saying like, "Yo, it's white supremacy." That's like somebody saying like, "Oh, it's about the rain," or these all these different insects is out there. And I'm like, I don't care, as long as I'm marching. And if they get into my way, then I'm going to deal with them when they get into my way. That's how I feel about
Okay, so my thing is, I'll say this, and I'll just. Well, I'm not gonna say this. I'm gonna ask a question.
it.
Um, you said we own our purpose. Now, that's somewhat true because not everyone owns their own purpose. Sometimes your purpose can be uh, put on you by someone else and you become a useful idiot and you begin to do someone else's bidding. So I get the premise where you're coming from is that we own our own purpose, but sometimes when we think it's our purpose, it's actually not our own purpose. But I do get the gist of what you're saying, and
Right.
I don't want to get bogged down or use that or that be a stumbling block to not get to your greater point because I do understand your greater point. Your greater point is we have autonomy, and with that autonomy we are able to make our own decisions. But what I do want to ask is, what do you think white supremacy is if you don't feel that it's a stumbling block, it's a thing that actually affects black people? Or if you're saying it doesn't affect black people, then I can stand to be corrected.
Well, I look at it from an individual basis. I feel like you have to look at yourself as an individual before you can stand within a collective of people, because the collective people are all bringing their own individuality in order to accomplish a common goal. You know, what I mean, for the collective, pretty much. So I will have to look at it like, if I'm on, like I said, if I'm on my purpose, then I mean, okay, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to what you were saying. I'm gonna answer that first. When what white supremacy looks at to me, I look at it based on people's definitions. So if I don't see white supremacy stopping me from doing something, it's not gonna. I'm not gonna look at it like, yo, it's not out there, because I still want to know what it looks like,
But hold on,
right?
but hold on,
So,
we can
but
just get back to my question. What do you think? What do you see? Based on your research, what is white supremacy? Like that's kind of what I'm trying to elicit. Like, what is that thing?
white supremacy to me does not exist in my life.
Okay, so you don't have a necessarily you don't have an answer to that question because you don't even believe it exists. All right, so let me deal with something you said. You said individuality.
But
Well, when there's a group of people trying to accomplish a goal, wouldn't it make sense for them to shed or eschew or hold back their individuality to make better for the group?
well, it depends on what you're actually doing, right?
No,
So
it doesn't. It doesn't
yeah,
depend. If you're trying to do something that's better for the group, why would you need or why would you put your individuality? That's called being selfish. So if it, so like Malcolm X used to say, leave your religion at home. We can when we're trying to exercise and utilize politics for the whole, we don't need your individuality. He wasn't a Muslim. You see what I'm saying? When it came to doing things for black people after, let me just be honest, after he left Elijah Muhammad. So he put the individuality to the side and he was trying to do better for black people. So what where you coming with this individuality thing? Explain
Well,
that.
it depends. Okay,
And
let's look at.
let MD Rebel just step back a little bit more because it's still
Okay,
just
step back a little bit more. Okay,
yeah, yeah.
Well, no,
so
I can hear him good. You probably just got to turn yours down just a little bit, but he's
Okay.
good right there.
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have mine turned up to the max. Just turn yours down just a little bit, but he's good though. I apologize.
okay,
Go ahead, brother. Why
so
why
so
why
what I'm,
why 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 implement the individuality thing if we're trying to move as a unit? If we're trying to move as a fist, if we're trying to move as a unit, why solicit individuality? Explain that.
okay. So you watch sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's look at football. So
Yep.
in football,
What's your favorite team?
Green Bay Packers.
Oh, okay. I'm a Miami Dolphins fan. Okay.
Okay, y'all all right. Y'all little something, something.
Yeah, y'all alright too. I like y'all quarterback. He's cool. He's cool. I'm not gonna lie. I think y'all did good by getting rid of Aaron Rodgers, but
Yeah,
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 y'all
yeah,
we moving in the wrong direction. Y'all are moving in the right direction. But go ahead.
yeah.
I just wanted to go ahead. But go ahead.
Okay, so when you look at it in a team sport, Tua, right? Tua, right?
Yep.
Tua comes in with his own individuality as his position on the team.
Mhm.
His position on the team is quarterback, and whatever it is he's good at, they're going to implement that within the team to win. So
Right.
the running back has his specialty.
Right.
The wide receiver has their specialty. Now, so they all have great gifts based on what their position. So the thing is, which is hard to do sometimes, but what should be done in the collective is being able to put all these different people in the right positions in order to play together in order to win a football
Right. Now stay right there. And I
game. Okay.
love the football analogy. And I love that Green Bay is your favorite team.
Bet.
Because not only can you look at Brett Favre when he got a little bit older,
Mhm.
and Aaron Rodgers was waiting in the wing. But
Right.
now we saw 2 years ago that Aaron Rodgers got older, and they had Jordan. What's our quarterback now?
Jordan
Jordan.
Love.
Yeah, Jordan Love. He was waiting in the wing. So
Yep.
we saw the same thing happen with
Mhm.
Brett Favre, that he put his individuality above the team and got traded to, I think it was Minnesota. And Brett Favre got traded to Minnesota or the Jets, I forget.
Jets. Jets.
And then we
No,
saw this.
Minnesota did the Jets.
Yeah, you went to Minnesota, then the Jets.
Yep.
And then we saw the same thing that happened to Aaron Rodgers to where he put his individuality above the team and they traded him to the Jets.
Mhm. Okay.
So when you bring up individuality, it shows you that it becomes a cancer, because even a football team can understand that that's a cancer, individuality, when you're trying to move as a unit, move as a fist, move as a team to get something done. So
Okay. So
now,
let me say. Wait. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no. I just no. I wanted you to go, but I wanted to suss out the individuality thing that
Okay.
you mentioned, just to show you that there should be no individuality in the
Okay.
movement. Now, when you go home, you can run your house individually how you want to run
Mhm.
your house.
Mhm.
You could be a Christian, Muslim, Shiite. Well, you can be whatever you want to be. But when it's time for the movement, there cannot be no individuality. It has to be everybody move the same way.
Okay.
I have
So.
here's a question I have. So
All
when
right.
we bring in the like scholars like Walter Williams, like the Dr. Claude Anderson, people like that spoke about white supremacy and spoke about like religion and how it is that all these different things that are kind of holding us back. MD Revo had a specific like thing about like why we keep going back into our past instead of thinking about the future. But I'm thinking I was like, well, in order for you to even go forward, you have to kind of like get some of these like roadblocks out the way that are causing the future
Well,
aspect.
see, here's the thing, and we have to be 100% honest with this. We have to be 100% honest with this. There's gonna come a time when we won't need certain aspects of the past. I don't know if y'all, were kids like me that used to enjoy watching Star Trek and stuff like that, but
Mhm.
when you begin to see Captain Kirk, and they used to go to these different planets and they would see people who were still living in caves and had limited technology, there was nothing that these people were doing that they had to learn from, because through centuries of evolution, it was so ingrained in them that they didn't have to look back to the past. Now, in Star Trek, what they understood is that we understand that us as humans, we need each other. We're venturing out into space. We need each other. Now, when you look at wolves, wild dogs, dolphins, they all hunt in groups. You take one
Mhm.
out of you take one out of the group, or you kill them. Elephants, same thing. They all begin to mourn. They act just like how we act. These are the most intelligent animals on the planet. So there's gonna come a time to where we don't need to read books about what happened in the past, but we already know it's ingrained in us not to be racist. It's ingrained in us not to practice things like capitalism or usury, to where we use our brother or sister, or rape to where we harm our brother or sister. That's gonna be something that's gonna be ingrained in us. But for now, but for now, some of us need to look at these things. I'll say this in our passage really quick. Right now, we have a genocide that's going on in Israel, which is formerly named Palestine, to where they've killed over 200,000 of these people. And it's a really sad story. So, what we have to bring up is we have to show the Jews that are killing these people, we have to put up to their face, yo, look at what happened in the Holocaust. Didn't so-called 6 million of you guys die? Why are you now doing it to this people? So we have to use history to put this mirror up, so we won't go back and do the same thing. But there is gonna come a time to where we no longer need that. But go ahead. I hope I didn't
I
belabor the
understand.
point too much.
I mean, I understand. I understand what you're saying. So when she was talking about history, it just depends on what we're going back to history to be able to look at specifically. So
Right.
there's
What are we
specific.
going for? What are we going to history
Yeah.
for?
So what I'm saying is, if I'm trying to solve problems right now in the black culture, and if I'm going back into history, whatever it is that I'm learning, the tool to solve the problem, it should be effective. I should be able to see that it worked then, and then I'll have to do an experiment to see if it will work now. If it doesn't work now, then it's outdated. I need to create something new. That's
That's
all I was
true.
saying about
That's true, because, and see, here's another thing too that lends a point. If it doesn't work now we have to create something new. Now, before the Atlantic slave trade, you've never had millions of Negroes that were extracted from one continent, taken to another continent, and they no longer knew who they were. It's never happened. So now what we had to do is we had to come up with a plan for this new thing that was happening. Now, did we have the Arabs that came in through the slave trade and do those things? Yes, they did that. But it's never been a time to where they took us to a whole nother continent, extracted all of our gods, and said you're a totally different people, and kept us from our people. Forget your language, forget all of that. There's never been a time. So we had to come up with new solutions. And here you are. This is the birth, this is the genesis of the black church. This is when we begin to devise plans and things of that nature. So he's right. It's about, what are you going to history for? Because if there's a new thing that's come upon us, we can't go back to history to find out this new thing. So when we
it.
look at, if we take for example something like capitalism, this is something that's fairly new. Neoliberalism, extremely new. That's harming, destroying all communities, not even black, all communities amongst the developed worlds. It's a new thing. So how do we come up with something to defeat that? What do we got to defeat that? We got communism to defeat it. But a lot of black people don't understand communism. They don't understand socialism. So they don't understand how to defeat it. Like, that hasn't trickled down to us. But yeah, I somewhat agree with what you're saying. It makes sense. But hold on, give me 2 seconds. Let me run to the kitchen. I'll be right back.
All right. So now, so what I'm saying is like if we looking at, it's just going to be something specific. So when we go back to the individual, it's like if the collective, like how you said about communism, right? So if if they don't understand, okay, if I'm the individual and they don't understand that communism can counter capitalism and be able to defeat it, And if they don't understand, I have to still keep my individuality. See, my individuality is going to be first and foremost, period, out of everything. Even before the group, you still need your individual self because
But
you
why would
cannot even go ahead.
but why would your individuality trump the movement?
Because
Because
go ahead.
think about it. What if the government begin to descend amongst regular citizens?
Mhm.
Is your individuality and your individual way of thinking gonna stop them? And would you be able to stop them by yourself? No, you can't do it by
I'm gonna
yourself.
tell you how. I'm gonna tell you how you do it.
No, no, no,
Well, how
no.
you go ahead.
But no, no. What I'm saying is your individuality won't stop it. What you
Yes, it
need is
will.
people to fight with you. You can't
Yes, it
stop the
will.
government by yourself. Oh, so you can stop the government by yourself?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you how you do it.
No, no.
I'm gonna tell you.
I want you to answer that question, and then I
Yes,
want you to
yes,
go.
yes. I'm gonna
Oh,
say
okay,
yes. I'm gonna
okay.
say wait. Let's put it in context, right? It depends on what the government is attacking me for as an individual, right? So
Tyranny,
it's so,
tyranny.
so
Let's just say tyranny.
okay. So let me help you understand. As a collective, it's easy to kill everybody with the same thing. Let's look at it like this: fishing. Let's look at fishing. I don't know if you fish, right? If you fish, you'll understand that if you want to catch a northern pike, you use a certain bait and a certain thing to collect the northern pike. But if you're different from a northern pike and you're a carp or you're
You have to
something
use
else,
other
then
measures,
you need a
right?
whole different. What you say?
No, no. I'm saying you have to use other measures. You're right.
Right, right. So what I'm saying is, it all before you even get into a group to help, you have your own individual self. You're born with your own individual self before you even meet anybody. When you come out your mom, you your own individual self with your own DNA coding that nobody in the world has. Everybody else around you is helping you stay alive and be able to teach you different things. But you still got your own individual things about yourself that makes you great.
But who
Now people can see
facilitates
what
that?
now you can be great at something. Like if you like when you was a kid, right? And just say you were great at drawing. You started drawing and doing shit that didn't nobody even teach it to you really. But people came around you and was looking at it like, yo, you a good drawer. Let me give you some information. Let me help. But you still had the individual skill and the individual talent before you even got to a group. That's what I'm trying to explain. Now, if the federal government says like, yo, we're going to do something to all these individuals, right? Right? I will have to look at it because as an individual, what is my responsibility? My responsibility is going to be to myself. It's going to be to myself and to God, right? The God I worship is going to be that and my purpose. And then it's going to come to my children or to come to my woman if I have one like that and be responsible to a certain degree to them. That's even before I even get to a group. I have a responsibility to them first,
You know
but
what
my
you're
main
talking about?
responsibility is going to be to myself.
You know what you're talking about? And
Go
I'm
ahead.
not trying to go over your head.
Mhm.
What you're saying is you're not saying individuality. What you're saying is you can have your own idea. Because like you just mentioned with fishing, some people can fish this way, some people can fish that way, but you can have your own idea on how to catch these fish. You can have your own idea on how to fight back against the government, but what you would still need ultimately is other people to agree with your stance and follow your movement.
No, I won't. Because if I because my movement is for myself. It's all that's why they talk about knowledge of self so much. It's myself first. I am not forced to help anybody in this world. That is a choice I can make.
So
My first loyalty, wait a minute for a second. My first loyalty is to myself. It's to me first. It's to ensure that I survive. Because if I don't survive, then I'm no help to anybody in no group. I have
right.
to be as powerful and survive for my individual self first, is what I'm saying.
No, I agree with that. Like that's why if you know when the plane go to getting crazy, they say put your mask on first before you can help anybody else. I
But
agree with that. But that's not individuality though.
okay, let me look at it. Let me look at a definition. The definition of individuality, it says the true meaning of individuality is the quality or character of a particular person or thing that distinguishes them from others of the same kind, especially when strongly marked.
Right. So stay right there.
There
So
you go.
if you have something that distinguishes you from everybody else,
Mhm.
how do you expect to stop the government by yourself. You have to have people. It starts off with you.
Okay.
When you have this idea, it starts off with you. That's why I say you're not talking about individuality. You're more so talking about an idea. So
No, I'm
if
talking about individuality. No, I'm sticking.
oh,
Let's stick to that definition. I'm
okay,
sticking to my definition.
okay, but listen to what I'm saying.
Mhm.
So you start off with your individuality,
Yep.
but you can't defeat the government with your individuality to where your thought process is distinct and different from everybody else's.
Yes.
What
Yes, I can.
what you
Yes, I
no
can.
no, but what you have to do is at that point, you have to get other people because listen, the same way we talked about the fishes, catching fishes, we see
Right.
the government is exacting tyranny and they're killing everybody. And you say, "Oh, I see how they're getting everybody. I'm going to do something different. I have a different thought process." And you do it and it works against 2 or 3 soldiers. So then what you do is you tell other people, yo, I did this and it worked. So now you got 2 other brothers with you and you do the same thing and it works again. Now it's 3 of y'all. Now you get 6 more people. Now it's 9 of y'all. And now y'all defeat 10 damn soldiers and it's 9 of y'all. Now you get 15 of y'all and it's 15 of y'all and y'all defeat 100 soldiers. It starts off with you, but it's your idea, but it does not mean that you're different from everybody else because in order for everybody else to help you do this, they have to believe and agree with your particular thought process.
Okay.
You
Okay.
can't do it by yourself. So I
Okay.
agree
Let
with
me explain to you why you can. I don't mean to interrupt you. No disrespect.
no,
Okay.
I don't mind. Go
Okay.
ahead, bro.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you why you can't. Because if I'm doing something, it's my individual. It comes because I'm telling these people to do it because they don't know how to do it. That's the distinguishing myself from them. That's my power, my gift, and my own individuality because it came from my own brain. So yes, if I need all these people to help me, then I may tell all these people to help me in a group, but I may not need all those people to help me. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, I'm gonna say like in gang issues or whatever like that, right? Or just say there's an op somewhere out here. A lot of people need a whole bunch of people to be able to do something for them. I may look at it like, yo, that's my problem. I'll go do it myself and get the results done. That's why they say like when you want something done right, you do it yourself. That's where that stuff comes from. It's because it's because your own individuality creates, like how you said, the ideal, right? It creates the solution to solve a problem for yourself.
Yeah,
That's
but
where it starts off first. Because
yeah,
you gotta look at yourself first,
right. And I've
right?
agreed with I agree. I have
Wait,
already
wait, wait, wait,
agreed.
wait, let me finish. Let me finish 1 second. So if you go into a group of people and they have a similar problem that they can't solve on their own, you may come into that group, be like, here is my idea that came from myself. Now y'all can choose to be able to do it or not. But if you don't do it, I can step from the group and still get the thing done for myself. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So while I agree with what you're saying,
Mhm.
when I stop agreeing is when you stay where you're at.
What
Because
you
what
mean? What you
you're
mean? What you mean?
yeah, because what you're talking about is the precipice. So if you're the beginning of this thought
Mhm.
and the government is enacting tyranny and
Okay.
you know how to take the government down.
Okay.
So if you don't bring nobody with you and you don't convert anybody into your way of thought, then what's gonna happen is when America sends a fucking drone and kills you, that
Mhm.
idea dies with you.
Okay. Let
So
me answer
no,
that.
no. Hold on,
Go
hold
ahead. Go
on.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
That
ahead.
idea dies with you.
Mhm.
So with your individuality and your thought process, you can do it all by yourself, but once you die, it dies with you. That's why it's so important to bring other people on so the next person can stand up. We saw this a multiplicity of times throughout the black struggle movement to where there was always the next man up, always the next man up. It happened so much that there was always the next man up that the next man up began to betray black people.
Okay.
This is what we saw. But what
Okay.
you're saying is
So
you
can
don't
we?
even want to give the idea to nobody else.
No, no,
You
no, 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 no. That's not what I said. That's
Hold
not
on.
what I said. What I'm
Okay.
saying is, it starts if there's a problem. Give me an example of what the government would do to me to destroy me.
Okay, well we can start with Martin Luther King to where he was trying to solicit rights for black people. Now, if you were Martin Luther King and you had this idea on how it was going to be done, and you weren't raising up other people, and then once they killed you, it would have been done. But it didn't die with Martin Luther King. There were other people that came behind him that picked up the flag and kept going.
Who?
You what? You had people like Medgar Evers that kept on going. You had people like Jesse Jackson that kept on going, and they kept on going so much that they begin to sell out, and they were easily affixed to a thing to where they were able to get around it. But what Martin Luther King did do, he put people and people around him that picked up the flag and kept going. But what you're
Okay.
saying is you can do it yourself and you don't have to have anybody else. But when you die, that thought dies. And
Well,
nothing
that's
else
that,
happens
that's
after
that's
that.
and I agree to a certain extent
Nation of Islam.
because of this reason. When I'm born into this world, I am not forced, or me personally, I am not forced to do anything for anybody that I
No,
choose
you don't
to
have
do.
to. You're right. You're right. You
Right.
don't have to.
So my problems is my problems.
No, no,
If
no,
I have a
no, no,
problem,
no, no.
go ahead.
Your problems is everybody
No,
problems.
no, no, no. See, I just think different. See, I think different. That's why I'm able to be in the type of mind frame that I am. It's
Okay,
because
okay. I want to
if
cut you off.
somebody listen,
I
go
hate
ahead,
to cut
go
you
ahead.
off, but I want to kind of
Oh, go
bring
ahead, go
this
ahead, go ahead.
back. So if you're saying
Okay,
your problems are your problems, so you mean to tell
right.
me if you was a slave on the plantation and I was a slave on the plantation, are you
Mhm.
telling me that your problems would have just been your problems? They wouldn't have been your wife that the master was raping whenever he wanted to. That wouldn't have
Mhm.
just been your problems because he would have been raping my wife too. So it's
Okay,
all of our
okay,
problems. So
okay,
why would it just be
okay.
your problem? Like
Okay,
explain that part.
let's use the plantation as an example. So we're both on the plantation, and
Right,
we both are enslaved by
right,
this white slave master, right?
right,
And the white slave master is doing shit to both of our wives, whatever like that.
right.
And I'm
And
and
to
my
us,
own
and to us.
no, no, let's leave it like that first. Let's leave it like that first. Because you have a problem that's going over there on your side of the plantation. I have a problem that's going on my side of the plantation, right? In my brain, before I even get to you, right? I got a problem, right? And you got a problem. Now we'll meet with each other one day in the field and we'll have this discussion like, yo, Master Williams or whatever it may be, you know, some whatever, whatever. I feel like killing this mother, right? So you
But why
may
would you talk
disagree.
to but why would you
Hold on.
talk to me about that problem if it's just your problem? You would just go deal
Okay,
with it.
okay, okay. Listen what I'm
There's no
saying.
need to talk to me and
Okay,
incite
okay.
me
Say
to
I
do
don't talk to you.
something. Yeah, you
Okay,
just deal
so
with it by yourself. It's your
I
problem.
try to, I
When
try
you
to,
run
I
away,
try
he
to.
just kills you. He won't kill me.
No, 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 no. I'm gonna say it like this because I tried. So this is what I'm saying. Why you have to do it yourself. Now, if we got the same problem, Master is enslaving me, doing shit to my family. Master's doing shit to your family. If I took it upon myself without getting nobody involved and go in that house and kill them, I solve problems for a lot of people that's on that plantation. I solve
Ah,
your
there
problem
we go.
to a
There we
certain
go.
degree. I solve it to your problem to a certain degree, but then at the same time, I may cause you a problem because you may not have the same. I'm thinking about you may be depend. Hold on, let's just say you may want to want to stay on the plantation. What I'm saying is you may not know how to maneuver the way I want to or got the information to leave. You may feel like, yo, why you kill the master? Now I ain't got nowhere to eat. Now I ain't got no food or whatever like that. That could be I could create a problem for you because I took care of a problem for myself. This is why I would say that I
That's
might
called
go to you.
selfish. That's called
No,
selfish.
no, no, no. It ain't called selfish because some people on that plantation, they didn't mind being on that plantation. There's some people on that
So
plantation
hold on. So
wanted to get up off of it.
when you do something that you only want and your end goal, your intention is to affect your situation only. You only want to affect your situation and you don't care how it affects anybody else's situation.
I did not say I didn't
That
care.
no no
I didn't
no,
say I
but
didn't care.
but it's called selfishness because you didn't take into account everybody else.
I'm
When
not.
you
I'm not.
hold on,
I was. Go
but
ahead. Go
listen.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
When you do something and you don't let anybody else know,
Mhm.
You run around, you run off, or go kill the master, and then you
Mhm.
get killed. And then after that, we get beat, we get whipped because people are trying to figure out if we knew anything. That's
Right.
called being selfish. Because what you could have done, you could have wiped away and stripped away your individuality and said, listen, instead of me going here by myself, how about let me go kill Mr. John? And at the same time, Cube, you go kill Mrs. John. And then
That's what I just try to explain. That's what I just try to
no,
explain.
no,
Not to interrupt.
no. What you want to do is you want to have your individuality to where
It's
your situation is your situation. And what I'm telling you, that it doesn't work like that when you're
yes, it
trying.
does. Yes, it depends
But,
on the person. It
but
depends
no,
on the
no,
person.
but in this situation that we're talking about, it's
Mhm.
selfish because you wanted to go out. You wanted to die
No,
because
I
you.
didn't want. No, 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 no. Let's do it like this. See, in my brain, in my individuality brain, I don't feel like I'm gonna die. See,
But
you
but
think that?
but what
You think?
happens
Wait,
when you
wait.
do?
What's that? I don't think that.
But what
So
happens
in
when
my
you
brain,
do?
but that's many people that was on that plantation had similar thought process, right? I do not think if I think about killing that master, right? Because I'm trying to get free. So I'm looking at myself first, right? And I
I'm not
and if, right, I'm looking at my exactly. I am looking at myself first at my situation. I'm not looking at everybody else's situation because there's ops on that plantation. There are people that if I talk to, they're going to rat me out to the master. I know this already. So I'm still looking at my individual self. I really don't. You don't really on the plantation. You probably don't really know who to trust like that. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm
yeah,
saying is,
but okay, but you have to know that there's a way how you talk to people. Even when you talking to people on a job, you be like, man,
if
it's
you're talking
crazy.
about, come on, man, you're talking about freedom. If
No,
they're,
no, no,
oh,
no. This is what I'm saying. Like, if
okay,
you
go.
ever been on the job and you talk to somebody, you be like, man, yo, this is crazy how people be acting. And then
Mhm.
if they be like, man, it's cool with me. I ain't tripping. You know, nah, I ain't fucking with him. But if you say the same thing to another nigga, and that nigga be like, man, yeah, I would have punched that nigga in his fucking shit. You be like, okay, yeah, that's a nigga I can fuck with. That's a nigga I can
Maybe.
fuck with.
I mean,
So
I think different.
no, but if it's a
I'm
nigga
only
that
going to
you,
get people, bro. I'm only going to get people if I need those people.
but
If
you
I
do
don't
need
need
them.
those people,
You
if
need
I
them as
don't,
much as they need you. That's the whole
no,
point.
no. See, I just think different, man. I really think
Why
every.
don't you think that what okay, so what we've seen, just looking at history,
Mhm.
every single time that there was an uprising at a plantation, everybody died.
Because of what reason?
Everybody died. That like outside of maybe one or two times that people escaped to Canada, but outside of that, everybody died. So what would make you think these people that were on these plantations, they didn't have the benefit of 2020 of history to where they can look back. But now
Right,
that you
right,
can look
right.
back, the majority of these people, overwhelming majority, they died. So why wouldn't you want to collect other people with your like mindset?
Because
To where we can storm the big house and kill these motherfuckers, and then when these
right,
other
right.
motherfuckers come, we can hide out in the house, and they be like, "Yo, where's
Okay.
Mr. John? Oh, he's in the big house." And then let him come in there, and then we can let DJ Genesis slit his motherfucking throat as soon as he walk in the goddamn door. And then we
Right,
can take his goddamn horses and
right,
ride off
right,
to goddamn Canada.
right.
And then we can take his goddamn hand. And then when he's on his goddamn deathbed, she done hit the nigga in the goddamn lungs,
Hey,
make him.
hey,
Right,
hey! Listen. We gotta like find a way to like say
right.
Oh, my
without.
bad, my bad.
Yeah.
Make him write a letter giving us our freedom.
Right. I
Hey,
got you.
hey,
I
hey,
got you.
what do you want? Do you want us to call the doctor, or do you? Yeah, if you just sign this paper for our freedom, we gonna call the doctor and we gonna leave. You know what he gonna do? He gonna sign them papers of freedom. He want his life more than he wants you to be his
Okay.
slave. He wants his life
Right, right.
more
I agree.
than he wants you to be his slave. So he's
I agree.
gonna do it, and we still gonna kill him after that. So
Okay,
here's
I
the
agree.
thing.
I agree.
We need other people. So just because you may be dealing with a problem, there's somebody that's right next to you. Listen, if you want a job right now, bro, if you're working a job right now,
Mhm.
you are being exploited for your labor. I don't care how you switch it, flip it, or look at it. You're being exploited for your labor right now.
Okay.
So
So go ahead. Go ahead, my boy.
no, well, go ahead. I don't want to get, but I want to get into that next. But go ahead.
Okay, so So we look at exploited for labor. We can look at it. We can look at the same thing on the plantation. We can still bring it to there because those black people is being exploited for their labor while being on that plantation. So what I'm saying is, I understand way I was raised. See, my great great grandmother, she was a slave. She ran off from the plantation with her children. She had no do, no nothing. It's just in our family and that understanding. So she made it. She went to she was advanced, right? A group of politicians. She was owned by that family, and she was in Virginia, and she escaped and hid out in West Virginia, and then got on a train and then made her way on a one-way trip to St. Louis. That's how our family started. So I have that example in my family, right? So the thing is, I grew up, and my family is like that. I grew up that the smaller your circle is, the better chances you are accomplishing the goal. If you can really do that yourself, you ain't got to be dependent on nobody for nothing. It's like I'm in a room right now, right? I look at this room and I'm like, yo, this room need to be painted. I need to put a clock over there. I need to see what's up with this refrigerator, and I need to go fix the carpet or whatever like that. Those are all different. A carpet man, a painter, and all that type of stuff. Now I can go into this situation in my own individuality self and say like, yo, I can do all that shit myself. Like I can fix the carpet, I can do the
Well,
paint, and I ain't gotta wait a minute. I ain't gotta wait on nobody. Or I can say like, I gotta go find me a painter, I can go find me somebody to do the carpet, and I gotta go find somebody to do that. To me, I'm looking at my own skill and talent because this is my room. This like somebody else could have another room somewhere else in life. Somebody across the street can have a room in there, but this is my room. This ain't a whole bunch of
but
people's room.
watch this though. But watch
Go
this
ahead,
though.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
I grew up one of 6 children
Okay.
in the hood, poor as shit.
Okay. Where you from? Where you from?
Miami, Florida. Where
My
you?
influence. Okay, okay. 305. Okay, I got you.
Where you from?
I'm from the Midwest, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh, okay, no doubt. So
Okay.
I grew up poor as shit.
Okay.
Now, coming up, I knew my mother didn't have the motherfucker. Let me stop my language. I knew
Okay.
my mother didn't have the money,
Okay.
but I still made my wish list every year. I wanted
Okay.
this. I wanted this new bicycle.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted this. I wanted that. I wanted this. I wanted that. I knew that there was a 0.1% chance I was gonna get any of this. But just like every other kid, I made my wish list.
Okay.
Once I figured out Santa wasn't real.
Okay.
So it sounds like what you're saying, my mother should have said, you know what? Instead of going down to the place to where they give free toys, instead of her doing that, she should have just did it on her own and gave us one toy apiece for 6 kids. Instead of they giving out bicycles. I know my son want one. I'm not gonna go get the bicycle. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do it all by myself. No, she went down to the place. She put her pride to the side and she stood in that line. She got the toys, all that old stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Wasn't what we didn't get everything we wanted. Hell no.
Mhm.
We
Right.
grew
Right.
up poor.
Right.
Single
Right.
mother, 6 kids, lived in the projects. Of course, we didn't get everything that we got. But
Okay.
every single Christmas, she made sure that we were satisfied and happy. And she
Mhm.
said, you better be glad for what you got. Because every
Okay.
single time she would point at the people in South Africa that were going through their issues at the time.
Okay.
She
Now let me
made
ask you. Go ahead. Go
she
ahead. I'm
hold
sorry.
on, let me just say this last
No,
part.
no, I got you. I got you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
When the South Africans were going through
Mhm.
apartheid, she made sure that she gave me canned foods to send to them.
Okay.
So
That's good
so
shit. That's
so
good.
so so
Yep.
so I was so we were supposed to be like, you know what? I'm dealing with my problem here in America. The South Africans are dealing with apartheid in South Africa. I'm
Mhm.
just gonna say F them, forget them because I got my individuality. No,
Mhm. Mhm.
she cared enough. Even though they were going through something that we couldn't stop, she wanted to do her
Mhm.
part.
I
And
got you.
all okay, well go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying I got you to interrupt you and tell you to stop. I mean, I
Oh,
got you
okay.
to understand it. I
Oh, okay,
understand.
yeah. So what I'm saying is when you talking about, oh well, this is my room and I can paint it by myself, sometimes you need some help, and there's nothing wrong with asking your homie, your Brody, who you done helped him move. Why can't he come help you paint?
Because I'm not. I'm just. I was raised. I was raised in like a foster home type of environment, right? I wasn't a foster kid.
Yeah, I don't even hear you no more, bro. Did you break out? Did he drop?
Well, he's still there. I don't know what happened. Maybe somebody called him.
Yeah. But that's all I'm saying, sis, is like I don't think it's a problem with asking for help. Like as a
No, it's not
man.
a problem
Oh
asking for
no, no,
help.
no, no. Go ahead, go ahead. You broke up, bro. You broke up.
Okay,
But
no,
go
I'm
ahead.
not saying it's a problem asking for help, but what my family taught me is before you ask for help, see if you can do it yourself. You know what I mean? That's just what it was, dude. That's just how I was raised.
Check play, real quick.
Go ahead.
I'm a single father, right?
Okay.
My daughter's about to be 12 years old. I've had my
Mhm.
daughter. I've raised her since she was like 9 months old by
Mhm.
myself.
Okay. Bet.
Mother nowhere in the picture. Mother
Me too. Me too.
nowhere
I
in the
got that
picture.
situation.
So
I got that.
so you understand
Yep.
where I'm coming
Yep.
from.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
And it's not enough single fathers out here. So
Mhm.
my whole thing is, am I not supposed to holler at my sister, my bigger brother? Cause I'm the fifth child. I'm not supposed to holler at them and be like, "Yo, man, like, can you help me out with that?" I'm supposed to just do it all on my own. Like,
Okay.
no,
Let me ask you a question.
when you got a system there and you
Mhm.
got people that are willing to help you. Do you know how many times I told my bigger sister, my bigger brother, no, 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 and they say, "Yo, bro, I'm about to help you regardless. I'm about to
Okay.
send this to you.
Okay.
You just send it back if you don't need it." And you know what? Every time I get it, and I work with it. But the whole thing is, that's just not real life, bruh.
Yes.
Like
Yes, it
like
is, dude.
real life is when somebody can help you, you have to ask. Like you don't even gotta ask for help. A lot of times people will just help you off the strength because they love you and they f with you and they mess with
Right.
you. So it's like
Right.
it's not always a thing of, oh, my house or my room ain't painted, bro. Like I
Mhm.
just said, you just helped such and such move. You just took such and such to you be taking such and such to his job because you
Right.
going the same way.
Right.
When he work at another job, you take him the same way every morning for 6 months until he got his car. Why can't that
Okay.
nigga help you?
Okay.
And why?
So that's
Yeah, you without a give. You without a give. I'm just saying, like, bruh, like you watch my back, I watch yours. Like
I'm
this
glitching.
is yeah, yeah, you glitching.
Okay.
Like now I can hear you, but I couldn't hear you earlier. Go
Okay.
ahead,
So
bro.
let me ask you a question. The way I was raised is that I'm raised to take care of myself if there's nobody around to help me. That's
Bro,
how I was raised. That's let me finish. That's just how that's the foundation of it. Now, if I'm going to doing something and say I'm doing the thing with the room, right? Say I'm doing the thing with the room. And one of my cousins or somebody come in here and be like, yo, man, I got some paint do I can help you. Then I can make a choice to have them help. Or I can make a choice and want to do it myself. Because a lot of times when something has to do with your own personal things, you're going to want to do it yourself, maybe because you want it a particular type of way. You want it to be built a certain kind of way. You want it to be painted a certain kind of way. And a lot of times when you add other people, they start coming there with their own different things that they want for you. So I can go to somebody and be like, yo, I need you to help me with this wall. They could be like, well, I think you should be. I was like, I want it to be brown. They could be like, yo, you should have it peach. And I'd be like, man, I want it brown.
man, listen, let me tell you something. I'm about to be moving on the first of the month. Yeah, you kind of cut out. I'm about to be moving on the first of the month. You know what my sister told me, my eldest sister. She was like, "Yo, I want to get your daughter a brand new bed set, so when you move, just throw away the old one."
Bet. Okay.
Am I supposed to tell her, "Nah, I don't need your help. Let me just be a man and
Mhm.
spend the $700, which I really don't have."
Right.
Like no,
Who's the best set? Wait a minute. Who's the best set for?
no, my daughter.
Okay. So in that situation, right? And I got a son, right? That I'm raising. If somebody, if I wasn't able to get the bed set, right?
No, 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 no,
I'm
no, 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 no. That's not what I'm saying. I can get
okay.
the bed. I can get the
You can
bed
get the
set.
bed set. I can get the
But
bed set.
but the thing
You can
is, they're offering to help because
right,
they know I'm a single parent, so they're
but
offering to help. Am I supposed to say, "Nah, don't worry about it"? No, they're trying to help.
that that may
Listen, listen. You know what, bruh?
I'm
If you
listening.
got if you got nieces and nephews, have you ever
Mhm.
tried to help your nieces and nephews buy them football equipment and shit and stuff like that?
Yeah, I tried to help.
Okay, so did your brothers and sisters say, "Nah, don't do it"? No, they always accept it. You know why?
What what I'm gonna
Because
tell you
they
what
can
happened.
use the help. They can
I'm gonna
use
tell
the
I'm gonna,
help.
I'm gonna tell you what happened in those situations sometimes, and it happens a lot of times in black people and in the culture. Is that when you start helping people or you allow people to help you, they start having that against you. Y'all get into an
Oh, so
argument.
you scarred.
No, I'm not scarred at
No,
all.
you
I'm just
scarred,
saying
bro.
no. If I say I'm not scarred, just accept I'm not scarred. I'm just giving you an example.
No, I'm not
Right?
talking it. I'm not saying it derogatory how you may think.
Oh no, I'm not scarred at all from that. None of that.
Okay, no. What well, I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead and
Okay.
finish, and then I'll
So
come
when you
back.
right, so when you doing things yourself, right, that means it's yours, right? If I need help, then I will go and get help if I needed it. I exhausted all measure whatever like that, and I'd be like, yo, I don't know how to do this. Come and help me, type of thing. Let me learn it or whatever like that. And I'm still gonna try to pick up the skill anyway. Anybody help me with anything, I'm looking at myself like, why I didn't know that already. So I'm like, I'm gonna be taught by that person. So if somebody come in here and fix the electricity, I'm gonna be right there by the electrician because I want to learn that skill because I am not going to depend on anybody to help me when I got myself, unless I absolutely have to. That's all I'm saying with that.
Right, I hear you, but at the same time, we're talking about something different. You talking about a skill. I'm talking
Yeah,
about I'm talking about somebody looking out for you.
that's
So
what I just said. That's
no, but
somebody
you're
looking
no,
out
but
for
no,
me.
but you're talking about a skill. You're talking about it if you hire electrician to come and fix an outlet in your house that you're
Mhm.
gonna be looking over his back. Me,
Okay,
I'm not looking over his back. I got other shit that excuse me.
okay.
I got other stuff that I could be doing.
Let's go back to the
I
bed set.
pay well, hold on. I paid him to
Mhm.
come and fix something. I'm not looking over his back. I'm not
So
doing that.
that's what we're different at. So this is what I'm saying. This is what I learned about filmmaking, right? I'm giving an example. At one point, I did not know how to work a camera, right? So I hired somebody I hired this dude $200 to shoot this camera footage for me. Now, if I don't learn the skill from him while he's shooting, I'm gonna continue to have to pay everybody $200. This is one of the things I had frustration with being a filmmaker, is because by me not having the skill to do it myself, I had to wait on these people, man.
But
I do that really
you talk about two different things. You
no
try
same thing.
no. See, the difference is when I hire someone, an electrician, to come
Yep.
to put up something in my house,
Yep.
I'm not trying to learn that skill because that's not my job. Like I don't want to be an electrician. You want to be a filmmaker. So when a filmmaker
No,
comes,
no.
no, you literally just said it. You said
Yeah, yeah, that right there. That
the
right
reason
there.
why
Yeah.
you're over their back is because you're trying to figure this thing out that they have the skill to do. I'm not trying to figure out how to be an electrician. You pay the motherfucker $190, they're there for 30 minutes, they fix it and they're done. That's it. You, on the other hand, when you're talking about the person that's filming the wedding or whatever the case, you're over their back because you're trying to learn it. I'm not trying to be an electrician. A plumber comes and I say, yo, I'm having a problem with these pipes. I'm not trying to be a goddamn plumber. You know why? It's because I'm hiring you to do a thing, and I want you to do it, and then I want you to get the fuck out of my damn house.
And you can
I'm not trying.
guarantee that you're gonna get a better result out of that plumbing than you
Right.
would get if you
And you
tried to
know
do
what
it.
it's not going to do? You're not going to learn it just off of watching him because you know what? He does it 10 times a day. You only looking at him doing it one time and think you can do it. Now you got water spraying everywhere in your damn house. So, no, it's not the same thing. That's all I'm saying, bro. Like if you hire somebody to come do something, they have a particular skill. They come do it. Why are you over their back? I would be appalled if somebody was over my back, and I'd be like, damn. I tell my girl, I was at this dude house, and this nigga was all over my damn back when I'm just trying to change a fitting. Like that's annoying to people. They don't want you to be all over their back. Have you ever I deal with computers. Like when I come and mess with somebody's computer and they all over my back, I'm like, man, just go sit in a room for 20 minutes. Give me 20 minutes and your joint will be cool. I'm gonna have your internet working and
I
all
mean,
of that,
And
and you'll be
can
good.
I say something
I've
about
been here.
this
I've been
whole?
here.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
listen. Can
Go
I
ahead.
just say something about this whole like line of thinking, MD? Like
Go ahead.
I get the individualism, okay,
Yeah.
but me being a priest in Nephi, we understand macrocosm, and microcosm. We understand that the one affects the whole. So when you so this really goes into why you're even asking the question of why is it even necessary to go back into the past and we need to be focused on the future. It's like, well, the reason why the people are going back into the past is because they're trying to get people, they're trying to get the group to stop thinking a certain way. They're trying to get people to stop thinking the one way and get everyone to kind of like think one another way to be able to move forward quickly. If
Okay.
we do this on the, if we only focus on individuals only, then you have a bunch of what they would call lone wolves out there that are trying to do everything. Too many chiefs in the kitchen, and you
Mhm.
don't get nowhere in society.
Well,
Society is not based on individualism. Why? Because all the one affects the whole. If you go into that slave quarters and you pay the master, guess
mhm.
what? You're not affecting just yourself. You're affecting everybody else. And and he
Right.
was right. You would be selfish to do that.
That's
Because
that's that's
your own personal need and your own selfish need and
so.
what
So wait, Jen. So I'm supposed. Let me just get this right. I'm supposed to stay in bondage, right? Because somebody else don't agree with my methods on how to do it.
No, hell no. I never said that. What I said was, in order to make your plan work, you have to get other people to agree with your plan. So you
No,
don't
that I
hold
don't,
on.
I don't agree.
You don't go to the coon. You don't go to him. Just like if you want to,
You don't know who the coon is, man.
no, but you can suss out a coon, bro. Come on, bro. You can suss out a coon.
Well, I
You
mean, be all honesty. Let's bring it back to more modern times, like because we going back in hindsight with the
I
say.
brought you to modern times. I brought you to the
Okay,
job.
well,
We go to the
let's
job.
go to the
and-
job.
and-
Let's go to
yeah,
the
we go
job.
to the job. And we could be like, man, you see such and such, how that happened, and then the coon would be like, well, yeah, he got what he deserved. You already know. Don't talk to him no more. You talk to
Mhm,
somebody else. You go to somebody else. You talk to another nigga. You be like,
mhm.
man, you see how that happened? He be like, man, hell yeah, that shit was dumb, man. I would never let that go down. And then you
Okay,
start talking to him. Hey, what you think about this? Like, but you don't go to no coon and try to tell him everything that you trying to do
okay,
next. No,
okay. So let me ask you this
you have to
question.
cultivate that. You have to cultivate it. Like
Let me
that's
ask you.
it.
Let me ask you the question. Then we're at the job. Okay, I understand what you're saying. We're at the job. Everybody at the
But do
job.
you hold on? But do you before you go? Do you agree with what I'm saying on how you suss out the coons and how
I
you
agree.
did? Okay,
I agree that you won't talk to the coon, the op, about your plan.
right.
Okay, I understand that. I understand that. So we're all at the job, right? So everybody that signs up for a job has their own individual things or why they're at that job for. There
Well,
are
exactly.
people, okay, right,
100%.
right. So now I'm looking. So before I can look at everybody else and what they're doing, their positions at that job, unless we're all working together closely enough to be able to do something, we're all there for individual reasons. So my question to you would be, what is it that I'm asking another person to do for me, or that I need another person for?
Well, it did. Well, hold on. Let me answer your question. It
Okay, go ahead.
depends on what you're looking at.
Give me an
So
example.
I'll give you a perfect
Yeah,
example.
yeah.
So we had a brother a few years ago, about 3 years ago, that was working at Amazon. He
Okay,
was working at Amazon. There were no unions at Amazon, none
okay,
whatsoever. Straight fucking work. They kill you. They take your time. All of that. No
okay.
sick days. Nothing. So you had this brother. He went into Amazon. He started a union. He didn't go
Mhm.
to the coons. And when I say coons, I'm not even talking only about black people. I'm talking about white people. You got
Okay.
white people that vote against their own interests. So he was going to people that actually wanted to make something move. So what did
Mhm.
he do? He went to people and then boom. Now what you have, the first union in Amazon. Now Amazon is forced to pay these people what they want to be paid. Now they have to give these people life insurance. Now they have
Mhm.
to give these people medical. This only
Mhm.
happened in the Northeast. Then what you happened, people saw what happened. Then you saw it happen in Seattle. Then you saw it happen in California. Then you see it happen in Chicago. Then it begins a ripple effect. No
Mhm.
different than the first state that gives black people reparations. You're gonna see it happen everywhere. It has to start somewhere first. So
Okay.
so when you talk about one thing happening, it just have to start somewhere. But you don't
Okay.
just talk to no damn coons. You
No,
you
I ain't saying you talking no cool. I
yeah.
ain't saying that.
You
No, I
you
ain't saying that. I ain't saying that. I ain't
yeah,
saying
you
I ain't saying that.
if I was on the job, I'd be talking to you. I'd be like, man, you see what this white dude did? That was crazy. Now, if you
Right.
respond with, man, what you talking about? Color don't matter. I'm gonna be like, yeah, you right, and then I'm off. I'm gone. I'm done with you. I'm done
Okay.
with you. I'm never
Okay.
talking to
Okay.
you again. I'm going
Okay.
to the other brother that was out there watching.
Right.
Hey yo, John A.
Right.
Hey, check it out. Hey, bro, you
Mhm.
saw what happened, bro? You saw the white boy just did that and then he ain't getting no trouble? Yeah,
Right.
man, that's crazy, bro. Hey, yeah, it was crazy. Hey, what you think about this, bro? If we could do such and such and such and such and such and such, and then
Mhm.
that's how you get a union. You don't start
Okay.
off by like going to these weird mother effers who really ain't into the movement to where if you just held a vote that day,
Right.
they will vote against it, and they don't even
Mhm.
understand the power that they have. So the thing
Mhm.
is, people, not just black people, people don't understand the power that they have. Why is Kamala Harris lied to people and told them they're gonna have a goddamn Beyonce concert? All of these
Right.
people show up. All of these people show up. They don't get the concert, and then they leave right after Beyonce does her 4 minutes on the stage. It's
That's
because she
crazy.
lied to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
see what I'm
That's crazy.
saying? So
That's
this is
crazy.
how it works. So what they did was they lied to the people to get them there, and then once they figured out there was no concert, but we don't got a lot of people. We want to tell people the truth. We want to say, yo, this is what we can do. This is what we can do, but we got to fight for it.
Mhm.
We have
Okay.
to fight for it. That's
Okay.
all it is,
So
bro.
and here's the thing: when you really bring it back to, like I said, when this conversation started, right? We were talking
Okay.
about why do we go back into history? Why is history important, right?
I want to
Mhm.
get to that too.
because even though we're getting, because we brought it from, why do we look back into uh, Christianity, or back into why did we do this, and back in the past, right? And why is that? What is that doing for us in the future?
Mhm.
And that's really what this conversation was really about. The whole objective, and then it gets into the group versus the whole, right? So it would be easy for these people to say, "Well, I'm not going to risk my life to give people this information that I found out. I'm only going to take this information and leave it to myself." The question is that what does that leave the people? What does that do to society? If everybody is all on this one accord and thinking that things are this thing, and then this one person gets the information and says, "Well, no, I just found out that this is erroneous. Things are not what you've seen, and let me go ahead and share the information with everybody else." If you didn't have that, then you wouldn't have people like Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Ben Ami. You know what I'm saying? People that went over to like the Demona. You wouldn't have Marcus Garvey. You wouldn't have all these leaders that come out because everybody would only be thinking about themselves. You know what I'm saying? So I believe that you do have to kind of go into the past to like actually affect the future. Because if we didn't have people that did that and only were just thinking about themselves, then we would probably still be in slavery.
Can I respond to that?
That is why it's very important for us to understand who we were back then, and these people probably did know who they were. Harriet Tubman probably did know who, and yeah, sure, white people probably did help her in the Underground Railroad, whatever, for whatever reason why they did that. You know, maybe they knew who we were. You know what I'm saying? Bottom
Mhm.
line is that um, just because they helped us does not mean that we should just negate everything else around in society that's happening in that situation. So yeah, slavery is existing at this time, and then there's white people that helped us out of slavery, right? Does that mean slavery never existed? No. So the bottom line is that okay, we have to look at the past to understand where we're going in the future, so it doesn't happen again.
No, I
Okay.
disagree. I disagree. You can't look at the past and say, well, just because I looked at the past, that's going to stop the future. No, because if you have
Well,
a
no,
group
you
of
look at the
people,
past to understand the signs, the symbols, and the
nah, that's not
things that
true.
happen. Because
No, it's not. It's
what?
not true because what if you don't have the power to stop it? You can look back in the past and see what happened, and you can see the beginnings of it. But if you don't have the power to stop it, then it doesn't even matter by looking at the past. It's gonna happen anyways. No different than what we see. We saw how Rome fell. We saw how Rome fell. What do we see right now? We see America going through the same exact thing, doing the 100% same exact thing. How did Rome fall? They begin to fight four different wars at one goddamn time, and this is what caused them to fail because it allowed the Huns and everybody else to come in at the same time. What did we see with America? We see the same thing. We're fighting 4 or 5 wars. We're fighting the war in Russia. We're fighting the war in Ukraine. All of these different wars. It just because you look into the past doesn't mean that you're able to stop it.
Mm.
How can we stop America falling? We see the dollar is falling every day, and on top of that, we see BRICS coming up with their own dollar, and they're doing their own thing. These same countries that we've committed to trying to stop, and we still can't stop them, and they've committed their own dollar, and they've come up against us. We got almost 15 countries that are coming up against us. How do we stop it? We can't. We can't continuously go into Brazil. We can't contiguously go into South Africa. We can't contiguously go into Russia. We can't continuously do these things. So no, America is going to fall if it keeps on doing the same thing that it's doing, the same way that happened to Rome. So it doesn't matter if we look into the past and see how Rome fell. What we do see is that America is going to fall the same way. It doesn't matter if America or people look into the past. This is going to happen for the simple fact America cannot stop doing what they're doing. Like that doesn't matter. Looking at the past does you no benefits if you don't stop what you're doing. Look in the past all you want, but don't stop. You're gonna end up the same way. And we see this happening to America.
Mm. Okay. So okay, let me respond to the eventuality part again. All right, because what DJ Jennings was saying. When you look at Elijah Muhammad, when you look at Far Muhammad, Master Far, when you look at all these great leaders, the vision started within their own individual self. That's where it began at. That is the beginning part of it. And God somehow. So Elijah Muhammad would not have been able to tell Malcolm X or be able to preach to all these different Muslims around the world if he hadn't mastered it himself. He mastered himself first. He found knowledge of self for him own individual self first. Then once he did that and he seen that it worked for himself, then he was out there talking to other people. Right? So it's going to be everything is going to start with the individual. Now, what I'm saying is that we have say Q. I mean, you're in Q, right?
Yeah.
Q, right? So say that I see Cube and Cube is good at. Okay, let's go back to the building a house, right? Say we're trying to build a nation, right? Say me and Cube trying to build a nation, right? Say we're trying to get America away from America. America's about to fall. I'm gonna have in my own individual self. I might be good at war, right? That's what I'm just good at. I might get good at war. You might be good at financial infrastructure, right? You know what I mean, resources and things like that. In order to build the nation, I'm going to come in what I'm good at, and you're going to come in what you're good at, and then we're going to mesh it together in order to help build the starting points of the nation.
But
That's
you
all I'm
have,
saying with the
but you
individual.
have to shed. In order for that to happen, you have to shed your individuality. You have to shed it
If
because
I shed my, if I wait a minute, if I shed my individuality, it's like you need me. Okay, how can I say it?
I
You
get
need
what you're
you need,
saying.
you need my power. You need my war power, my
No,
army,
no, I
right?
don't need your power. I just need your skill. I need you to
Okay,
do this.
okay,
I need you to
okay,
do this particular skill. But what
right.
I need you to do is shed your individuality because you think you can go up in Master's house and you can do it by yourself. When I'm telling you, no, you're just a cog in a wheel. We got this whole machine that we're trying to build.
Mhm.
Don't try to
So
do, don't try to be this whole thing by yourself.
okay,
Be
okay,
that.
so it's different. Is so that's what I'm saying. So if I want to build my own nation, right? Say I want to build my own nation for myself, right? Right? Just coming from my own brain. Now, you see how we're going back and forth. You're telling me, no, I need you to do this. You're telling me, no, I need you to do that. You You see, there's a conflict in that, right? To a certain degree. Somebody will
but
have to
you're the
yield
person
to a
with the
certain degree.
conflict. You're the person with the
No,
conflict.
no, right. Even if I do, right. Even if I did have, even if I am the one, right? I know for my own individual self-preservation, which comes first before any other human being. I know, dude, that I can do certain things for myself where I don't have to go through all that.
Yeah, we're gonna kill you. We're
No,
gonna
you're not
kill
going
you.
to kill me.
Yes, we are. Because you have no use for us. You have no use because you want to do things by yourself and you feel like you got it all figured out.
No, no, I
So
don't feel like I got it all figured out.
hold on,
Hold
hold
on,
on,
hold on.
hold on, hold on. Let
Go
me
ahead,
finish.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Let's just kill you and put somebody else in your
Can
place.
we stop saying the K word,
Okay,
sir?
stop saying the K word. Okay,
Okay, so we're gonna
okay.
unalive you. We're gonna
Mhm.
unalive you because for some reason you feel like you could do it. You could do it the best. You could feel that. So we're gonna unalive you and we're gonna put somebody else in your spot that just wants to do their job.
No,
You
that's not what's going to happen. That's not what's going to happen.
You know
Because
what?
you know what's going
Let me tell
I'm
you
gonna
how.
tell you what's going to happen. Hold on, just finish it. Let me respond to him, and then we can go further. Let me just respond to that. That's not going to happen because if you look at history, look at the Black Panther Party, you look at Martin Luther King, you look at Malcolm X. Let's look at them three strongs in the '60s, whatever, like that, Black liberation. The reason why they got killed is because they involved all those people.
You guys keep saying that word. And you
I
guys
mean, my fault. The reason why they got
so,
caged
say
is
it
because they got the reason why they got unalive is because they involved all those many people.
no.
If Malcolm X would have took those teachings and just did it to his own family and picked up his own family and taught them that, he wouldn't have died like that. If Martin Luther King would have just did that for his family, he wouldn't have died like that.
Yeah, but
The more people you get, the more people you get, dude, the more likely, dude, your shit is gonna get infiltrated. You're gonna get infiltrated by somebody you don't even that's gonna have the same skin color as you, probably, because you ain't gonna be able to know who is who. Dude. That's how
that's
all the black culture, the black organizations went down back in the day. It's because they got infiltrated. But if you take care of your own individual self and your own family, you do not die. They're not looking for you. They're looking for the person who got all these people listening to them and following them. That's what they're looking
so like this is why it doesn't work. Like your idea doesn't work because you don't want to galvanize people. You just want to do something for yourself, and it doesn't work. Like the reason why the March on Washington worked is because Martin Luther King was able to galvanize uh, hundreds of thousands of people. The reason why the bus boycott worked is because he was able to galvanize thousands of people. Everything that Martin Luther King did worked because he was able to galvanize people. You can't do anything on you can't do anything on your own.
it's the goal of Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King had a goal, right? He had a
No,
goal.
no, no, you missing it, bruh. Like
I'm not missing. I'm missing everything you're saying.
everything he did involved other people. Like when he went to jail 20 times, 19 times, he made sure he had people in place to get him out.
But
Like
yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it starts. What I'm saying is, it starts with the individual.
it
The
doesn't
Martin.
though.
It
It
starts, but no,
doesn't.
it doesn't end. It no, it starts with the individual. It don't end
That's
with
all
you.
I'm saying.
Hold
That's
on.
what I'm saying.
No,
So
no,
Martin Luther King. Listen, wait,
no,
hold on a second. Hold
wait,
on.
no.
Go ahead.
You gotta calm down. 'Cause
No, go ahead. I'm listening. I'm
this
just
is
giving
not
it to you.
this is not like a yelling podcast like this.
No, no, we straight.
We start up. We talk our ideas. We don't get upset. So here's the thing.
I'm straight.
That like when it really comes down to it, no one is an island, no man is an island, and like I said, the one affects the whole, and even though you had those leaders that fell, those organizations still exist right now to this day. So that tells me something, that even though this person might have failed, the fact that when they failed, someone else came up, if you know what I'm saying, and was able to continue on with the organization of the thing, that
That's
tells me that the actual idea of it is still being like carried out, that they
Genesis.
still have that they so that's the
Let's
reason.
be real.
That's the
Come
reason.
on, man.
No, listen. That's the reason why the Christian church exists, right? So you had one charismatic leader called Jesus, and then now he's gone. But guess what? Then churches like popped up all over the nation. Now you have
Okay, so look what you just said. Jesus. Look at what you said about like Nation of Islam, whatever. Elijah Muhammad. The way the Nation of Islam is running right now is not the same as how Elijah Muhammad visioned it and when he came out his brain. It's not the same. The way Jesus was back in the day is not Christianity. It's not the same as what it is right now. You know what I'm saying? It's not. All that stuff has been changed from the original source. The Black Panther Party from the 60s is not nothing nowhere near like the Black Panther Party.
Hold on. So say if all these people just kept their ideas to themselves, what would happen then? The idea would pass along with them, you know, and that's all.
That's what it's supposed to do. Because every individual, this how you don't get caught up. Every individual comes up with their own stuff, dude.
But you're
And
selfish, bro.
no,
Like
that's not being selfish. That's
you
not
don't
being
want to
selfish.
die. Like you don't want to die for the movement. What you're saying
No,
is
I'll die for no. I'll die for my
your family, right? Your immediate people, right? But the bottom line is that like even when your family, if you pass that down to your family, whatever you said to them might
I
be
can't do it.
changed and misinterpreted and different.
Yeah,
If
I
I
can't
tell
do
my
it.
daughter a certain thing,
right.
you know what I'm saying?
Which one is more important, Genesis? Your daughter or somebody else fighting the movement? Which one is more important? Which one are you thinking about
Somebody
first?
else fighting the movement, bro. Like that's
So
more
wait, hold
important.
on, let her answer. Is your daughter more important? Teaching your daughter what you know, is it more important than you teaching to somebody that you barely even know?
Bro,
I don't,
what's
I don't
more
think I don't
important?
think no such thing more or less important. It's equal.
Okay. So who more important, your daughter or another human being?
It's equal.
Okay,
I
I don't
can't
think
do it.
Let me tell you why.
This doesn't
your
make
daughter is equal to. Wait, what is Genesis? Let me just get an understanding.
No. Hold on. You have to. You're getting too hype. You got to calm down. We not. This is not
Crazy. This is
college.
how I feel.
We're here like using logic, right? So anything could happen to my child, right? But
Yeah.
if I like say if I tell my child a secret, right, and I
Okay.
like have like the secret to like the world. I don't know, like the secret to AI, how it works, right? And I tell my daughter, right, and then I pass on, and then something happens to my daughter. Guess what? That secret goes with her. However, if I tell everyone the same secret, then
Now you're a target. Now you and your daughter are a target now.
it never passes. It never dies. So what you're saying is that I just tell my children to pass that information down, and then that thing. If my child never decides to have children, guess what? When she gets elderly, and if she don't never share that secret with anybody else, it's gone. So the
Okay.
bottom line is the reason why people actually get into groups and have organizations and things like that, group versus individual. The reason why that people don't do things on an individual basis is because they don't want their ideas to die.
Okay.
So
All right.
so
That
let me
works for
ask
some.
this question. I want to
Okay.
ask you this question, bro. This is an honest question.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's really the trolley problem, but I'm putting you in it.
Okay. Go ahead.
It's the trolley problem.
Okay.
Would you be willing to lose your life to save the life of 2 million people?
No.
And this is why I can't have this conversation with you, bro, because you're not a real person to me.
Okay.
I,
Fine.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like, there's no way that I can have a conversation with a person, and you're talking about this and you're talking about that, because you're selfish.
No.
You have people right now who are
Did you hear what you
willing
asked me?
to.
Did
Hold
you
on,
hear what you asked me?
let me just finish, bro. I just want to
Okay.
finish, bro,
Go ahead.
because I'm pretty much tapped out. I can't have a conversation with a person that doesn't understand the trolley problem. Me personally, if if it was given to me and they said, Q, either you're gonna die right now or 5 million people are gonna die, I'd rather choose myself. And these people get to live unmolested. We're not the same, bro. You're just a different type of person. You're selfish and you don't care about anybody but yourself. And don't take it like I want to make you feel a certain type of way, because not everybody's willing to die for everybody. I get it, but I am. I'm that type of person because I understand what life is. And it's unfortunate. This like that mindset is what allows people to murder, kill, rape, rob, and do what they do. I don't have that mindset that you do, bro. I'm willing to lay down my life. I'm willing to jump in front of a bullet. You don't have that mindset. What you have is what you said earlier is self-preservation, to where you only want to preserve your life. You don't want to preserve human life. You just want to preserve your life. That's all you want to do. You don't have no interest in trying to actually you can see children being put into a machine and being ground up. And a person can ask you, well, hey, I'm gonna keep grinding up these children and keep putting them in here unless you're willing to give up your life. And you wouldn't even give it up for that. And I'm not saying that I don't respect you for that, but to me personally, it's fucking disgusting.
And hold on, let me just say this too. I'm gonna just
And
say
I can't respond. I can't respond. He said a lot. Can I respond to that?
hold on, you can respond, but let me just say this. Let me just also say this. Is I just want to ask a question, MD. So what is your do you have a spiritual, like, are you atheist? Are you Muslim, Christian, Buddhist? What is your
Why does that even matter at this point?
there's a let me just ask the question.
I mean, I have a direct source to God. I don't have no religion.
Okay.
Yeah, why
That's
does
my
it
answer.
matter? Why does it
Well, no, the
matter?
reason why is because if he were to say he was of any of those religions, it's like,
No, it
well, then
would,
that's going against any
sis. It
doctrine
would,
he's ever
sis.
believed, right? Because
Listen, it
every
would not,
doctrine is the
sis.
all is the whole, right?
No, would not matter if he went against. Listen, if he gave his response and he went against some religion that he felt like a god gave him, if he was religious, that wouldn't matter. He would still be the same person that would sit back and allow kids to get ground up, millions of them, and he still would give his life. It wouldn't mean anything. He's
Can I
the same.
answer? Can I answer now?
Oh
Because
no,
you call me you
no, no,
call me disgusting.
no, I want you to answer, but I want
Yeah.
to explain this to the sister. He isn't going to change. So by asking him this question, no, that doesn't matter to him. He wants his life to be preserved.
So
He's willing to allow a child to get ate up by a shark but won't jump in. He's willing to allow a child to get shot but won't jump in front of the bullet. This is the type of person he is. So
okay, let
we
me
can't hold on, let me just finish. I'm almost done.
go
We
ahead.
can't expect him to do anything other than what he's saying. So if he's not willing to do anything other than what we're expecting, which he's saying what he's doing, why are we trying to make conversation with the brother? Like, no, allow him to be who he is. He is who he is, and that should be good because I'm willing to die for his kids. He ain't willing to die for mine. It doesn't make him a bad person, but we do
You just called me
understand.
disgusting.
Hold on, let me just finish. I'm almost done. Just because he's not willing to die for my child and I'm willing to die for his, it does not make him a bad person. It makes him who he is. It doesn't mean that we have to do this whole thing like, oh, you're a bad guy, you're this, you're that. No, we ain't got to do that. The only thing we have to do is leave him exactly where he is. So when he's in his time of need, we can just assure him and make it clear that he would do the exact same thing to us and we should allow him to die so we don't have to deal with niggas like him anymore. That's it. But
Okay.
go ahead, brother.
Let me respond. And let me respond without no interruption. It ain't gonna take me that long. I am not willing to die for 2 million people that I do not know. That is the main thing. I have a child that is dependent on me to stay alive in order to raise him, in order to help him with his life, to guide him into the direction that he needs to be able to go until he finds his own path as a man. I am not willing to sacrifice my life and that goal right there and that duty and responsibility as his father to die for 2 million people I do not know who I've never seen in my life before. I'm not willing to do it. You may be willing to do it. That's on you. I'm not willing to make that sacrifice and leave my child out here with nobody like that. You see what I'm saying? Now, if it's somebody, if it's a group of people that we share the same interest in, or we're fighting for the same goals, and we're on the same mission, and we sacrifice things together in order to build something, or we're in a community of people and we had to go to war to be able to defend the community or defend our children, then that's a whole different type of subject we're talking about. But you just when he said 2 million people, and I don't know who those people are. Hell no, I'm not about to lose my life for this. I'm going to stay alive so I can be able to raise my child the best way that I possibly can, so he can find his way through manhood. That's my answer.
All right. So, like I said, sister, he's willing to allow 2 million people to die, that are filled with millions of kids that won't have parents, won't have mothers, won't have fathers. But as long as his child has a father, he's willing to allow all of these millions of goddamn kids to die. We can't change them. There's nothing we
Exactly.
can.
Not
There's nothing.
please.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. What you said was you spoke. You didn't want anybody to speak while you were speaking. You did that, and nobody spoke.
Go ahead.
So he's willing to allow 2 million people to die, and he doesn't give a f if they don't got parents. He doesn't care about them. He only care about his child. He doesn't care about the 1.3 million kids that are gonna grow up without children. He don't care about them.
Okay.
He
Right.
he doesn't have a
Yeah.
reason why they shouldn't live, but he wants his child. He would trade his child to allow 2 million other people to die.
Yeah.
This
Because you
is
know what?
the Hey, bro, hold on. I thought you just said you didn't want anybody speaking
Go
when
ahead.
you
My
were
fault.
speaking, and
My
we,
fault.
we we honored that. We 100% honored that. Nobody spoke. He's willing to allow 2 million people, whether they're kids, women, men, he doesn't give a damn. As long as his child is not within that 2 million people, he doesn't care about no other children. He doesn't care about anybody. He does not care. This is the wrong person to be talking to. This is not a person who's a humanist. So why are we wasting our time? This is not somebody we should be having a conversation with about this topic because he has no objectivity when it comes to this topic. He would be totally okay. I want to make this clear for the people that are listening. He would be totally okay with 2 million people dying as long as it's not his kid. This is who we're speaking with. And if you feel you need to say another word to a person like this, then albeit go ahead because I have
No,
no
no,
other word.
I would say
I
this.
have no other
It,
word.
it makes a lot of sense why even in the conversation the why he feels the way he feels about certain subjects because yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So
I
yeah.
have nothing else to say to the brother. He's a person that would allow my kid to die and 2 other million people
I
just
sure as hell wouldn't, and I'm a mother.
just to
So
allow
I consider.
just to allow his kid to live. I
I
would
would
I,
sacrifice
I,
myself for
I,
my children, for any children that or anyone suffering.
Right. So
Um,
I would stand in front of a bullet to make sure 10 other people wouldn't die. He's
and that
saying
would be an innate thing. Like if you imagine like what happened at the trade centers,
he
right?
doesn't have that, sis. You said something that's an 8. He doesn't have it. And he doesn't care to have it. So why are we even having this conversation?
Yeah, that's a
He
good.
doesn't care. He doesn't care if your child dies. He's not trying to save your child. He wants to save his. He's going to jump in front of his
Well, if
child.
he doesn't know my child, right?
Well, no, it doesn't matter if he knows your child or not. I don't have to know your child, but I'm gonna jump in front of a bullet for your child because
Yeah,
it's a goddamn
That's
child.
cap.
innocent
That's
child,
cap.
innocent child, it's a baby. Yeah,
You
Right, it's a
lying, man.
child. But he
You lying.
doesn't care. So why are we having this conversation with him when he doesn't care? Like,
You're lying, man. At this point, you're just lying now. Now you're just pandering now.
well, no,
You're
you
lying.
you said that though.
You don't know. No, I'm talking. Okay, come on. Let's be honest, dude. So you mean to tell me, dude? You mean to tell me, that you got your baby, you got your child, you got your son with
Yeah,
you,
but
or
you
your
don't listen. You're yelling. Come on, gotta bring it down.
I'm too close. I'm not too close. So you mean to tell me you're going to lose your life to be able to die for somebody else's problem in their life? So meaning this. Let me give you an example. You got your children at a store, and you see somebody arguing or whatever like that, some gang members, whatever like that. They pull out some guns, argue with some people. You're going to leave your child, and you're going to jump in front of a bullet, and you're going to put yourself in a position to die for somebody else's stuff. And you got your child right there with you. That's what you're telling me, dude? That makes no sense to me, dude. Now, you may be wanting to do that. You may want to die for somebody else's kid before you're willing to die for your own. I never said I never cared about no children in any type of situation. I said I will be able to sacrifice my life for my child before I do it for any other kid in this world, especially if it's some kids that I have no idea who they are. So right now there is genocide going on in Africa in Congo, right? So what you should do is you should go to Congo and go sign up for the military. You should go. So there's people dying in Ukraine right now. There's people dying in Russia. There's people dying in some of the neighborhoods in Milwaukee and Detroit and in Miami right now. You are not going to leave your house to go down in somebody else's gang affairs and be willing to die for those kids and leave your child at home with whoever. That's not happening. I don't believe it. Now, me, if there's people out there in the world that's willing to sacrifice their life for other people who they don't even know like that, and they willing to not do it, for their kids, that's just on them. But if I sign up for a job, say I'm signing up for a job, right? The military, right? Let me give you an example. If I sign up for a job in the military and I know this is my job, I'm signing up for this. I'm saying like, yo, I'm about to be a soldier and I'm about to go and I'm gonna go fight this war over here and I'm willing to lose my life to protect all these 2 million people that's in this conflict. That's a whole different situation. That means I signed up for that. That's what I wanted to be able to do. But also that's because I know the situation, I know what's going on over there, and I am in agreement that these people need to be protected for whatever reason or whatever it may be. It's my duty as a military officer to be able to do something on that. But I'm not a military officer in that aspect. My duty, this is what I'm saying about individuality again. So when we do these things, this is where we have an issue with going back and forth. This is why my goals in life is going to be different from your goals in life. Your purpose in life is going to be different from my purpose in life. Now, if you see that, because you call me disgusting, so if you see that that's not just what I want to do, and you dismiss everything else that I can help in a plan, that's just on you. That's the reason why a lot of people can't work together for a common goal, because they find something that they disagree with and they don't want to work with them for all the other things that they could agree with. I never called you disgusting. I never called you no name. But since I disagreed with what you were saying, you call me disgusting. You call me a name. That's an adjective. That's describing a person. Disgusting is bad, right? But you call me that. And you call me that just because I disagree with something that you will probably do. I can accept you going to die for somebody else. They're going to go find you. They're going to be like, well, we're going to go get you to go die for the 2 billion people. If that's what you want to go ahead and do as a man, then go ahead and do it. But don't look down on me and talk crazy to me because I'm not willing to walk in your shoe step or your footstep. Because I'm not willing to do what you want to be able to do. That's why I always come back to individuality. I'm just responsible.
Well, you know what? You're talking to a person that's an ex-military, right?
Okay, go ahead.
I was in the Air Force, right?
Okay.
At any point, and I was like 19 years old, so I hadn't had any children or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? I took an oath, and so what would happen is that they would send me over there, and I'd be fighting or whatever, and whatever the disagreement was or whatever, I could lose my life, and I actually took an oath to do that, right? To say that I'm willing to lose my life for the sovereignty of America, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why my view on that is a little bit skewed, because there's a lot of people that's in the military that have not had any children.
Would you do it now? Would you do it now that you got a kid?
Yeah.
So you go with
hold on. It doesn't take a military thought, bro. So when I said what I
was like saying like that, I've been in the military and I didn't have any children.
Yo, I never been in the military.
Okay.
But to me, none of that even matters. I don't have to be in the military, bro.
But you know what matters to you? What matters to you is we have a difference of way we live our life. Right.
And you know what I think is disgusting? You know what I think is disgusting? Is that, and don't take this the wrong way, which you probably will, is that you're so fucking weak-minded that you wouldn't be willing to give up this useless.
Now, if I start calling you out your name, there's to be a problem, right?
No, it won't be a problem because I said what I said.
Okay, then let's get on that then. I'm tired of you saying.
Hold on.
All that discussion and all that type of stuff, that's unnecessary.
Let's not use that homonym attacks.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
No, it's not an homonym. That's my personal thought. Listen.
Okay, I
Listen,
may feel like you assume that.
hold on.
Wait,
I'm not
Just hold
saying
on.
listen, we're not gonna do this. We can't holler over each other.
Oh
One
man.
mic, okay? Let him
I'm not
say.
even trying to be disrespectful. That's my whole thing. I'm not even trying to be disrespectful. If you want to say something about me, bruh, like feel free to say it. I'm not gonna feel any
but don't
different.
disrespect me.
But don't like talk over each other either. This is my panel. We're not gonna do
All
that.
right. Well, let me say this. I'm not going like if you feel disrespected, bruh, I apologize, but that's not my aim. But I am gonna say what I am gonna say.
Don't
So
disrespect
so
me.
so so if you feel that you need to levy a word against me because you and your feelings about something, then
Just don't
say it.
disrespect me.
No, listen, bro, listen to me, bro. I'm trying to make it clear to you. I'm trying to make it clear to you. I don't have a problem if you want to levy a word against me that I may not agree with. That's okay. I'm okay with that. If you want to say, well, you know, Cube, well, I think you a bitch ass nigga for that, then okay. Like you get to say that for the simple fact that I'm saying what I'm saying about you. I don't mind if you say what you want to say about me because I have my thought about you. So why if I have my thought about you, you can't say your thought about me? I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I think you a weak ass nigga for not wanting to give your life for other kids. Now, what you can say in return, you can say F you, Negro. I think you a weak ass nigga for X, Y, and Z. And I'm totally okay with that. I'm not one of these niggas that's finna hold a grudge against you and be mad at you forever because we disagreed on the topic. No, I'm not saying that. If you want to say, yo, Cube, I think you a weak ass nigga for this and for this or that. Okay, well, you said it. Now we can talk about it. Now we can converse about it. But me personally, I think you're a weak ass nigga for not wanting to give your life. So what? Now say what you want to say. It's not gonna.
And hold on, maybe it's also a matter like that's why I even got into belief system, right? Is because if you don't believe, you believe this is you only got one life, and that this is the end and all be all. Maybe that's the reason why he feels that way. You know that you
No,
live.
but it don't matter because I'm not trying to disrespect the brother. I just think he's a weak ass nigga for his thoughts.
That's the
He
disrespect
could
me.
come back to me and say, you know what, Cube, I think you're a weak nigga for this and for that. And guess what? I'm not gonna have a problem with it. That's just his thoughts. Why would I have a problem with a nigga thinking and saying the things and actually saying what he thinks? I don't got a problem with a nigga saying that because you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say what the hell I mean. And I'm gonna mean
Okay,
what I say. So when it comes time for him to say what he wants to say, I'm gonna listen to the nigga. I don't give a fuck if he goes against me and he's upset about what I said. Let him be upset. Let him say it. And guess what? I'll take what he said. He could take what I said, and we could just deal with it like that. It's not no beef to where now I gotta go and beef with the nigga and kill. No, I say what I say. He says what he says, and then we can converse about other stuff after that. So when I say I think you're a weak ass nigga for not wanting to give your life, now come back and tell me what you think, and I'm totally cool with it. I don't care about none of that. But I'm too big of a person for you to be like, "Oh, Cube, you a weak ass nigga for what?" Oh, okay, well I'm listening to you.
let me
Okay,
ask you a question. You don't got to talk. Let me ask you a question. Back to what I was saying about the gang stuff in Miami. You got your kid at the store. You see some gang members shooting in the area of some children. Are you going to leave your child and go into the crossfire of that and be willing to die for that
yes,
situation?
yes,
Okay.
bro,
Okay.
yes,
All
I
right.
am.
So now I got your answer.
And honestly, if when it was safe to do so, when I would like secure my children, I would probably do the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
That's
so
what
so
normal
so
people. Hold on, let me just say this. That's what normal people would do. So if he has a problem with that, you can feel free to call me a bitch ass nigga.
it's unnet.
Hold on. I want you to listen. I want you to understand this, bro. I want you to
I've
be
been understand what
okay.
you're talking about.
No, but I want you to be okay with calling me a bitch ass nigga for whatever
Okay.
fuck.
Okay.
And
That's
but at the
to me.
same time, I want you to understand that I'm gonna call you a weak ass nigga for what
Okay.
you're doing.
You
That's
keep
it.
saying
It's
it over and over again. Okay. I got your point. All right. All right. So let me respond to you. I don't need to call you no names because you believe a certain thing. I don't need to do that. That's the strength in myself, right? If you want to die, you never heard me call you no name because you want to die for those 2 million people. I didn't call you no name. I didn't look at you in no kind of way because of that. I didn't see no harsh comments or nothing. I just got an understanding of it, and I'm like, cool. That's what you're willing to do.
but you and I'm
That's
me, bruh.
okay.
You and I'm me.
Exactly. So if you
Why don't we
understand,
change that?
if we understand that, right? If we understand that, right? That's just what it is. There's no need for name calling. I don't
So
need to
you
call you on that.
so you
I
gotta
don't,
respect it and check it. There's
All right.
only
so
two
so
ways.
so so the reason
Respect it and check it.
no. This is what I'm
Okay, I'm gonna say this to both. Okay, because this is a circular conversation on who can call whoever names, and that's not what this is about. The bottom line is that we're talking about
Come on, man. You gotta let us talk. You gotta stop trying to intervene. Like we're trying to have a conversation.
right, but we're
We
saying
disagree.
words that's gonna
No,
get
but
my channel like you know what I'm saying. I can't
well, tell us the words, and that's cool. And I can
right,
stop
but
using
that
certain words.
BAN and this that the other la la la
Okay,
la.
well, let's say that, and I'm cool with that. I will stop using these words. I don't have to use these words. These are words that are just coming out of my mouth, but I can stop using it.
It's like I
But
said, just don't use the K word.
no. No, it's totally cool. I can stop using certain
I'm
words, but
monetized, y'all. I can't lose my monetization.
listen, I can stop using certain words, and I can talk to this brother like a man. And I'm sure he's been a man a long time, and he can talk to me the same way. Let's just do that. I think that's fair.
okay. One thing. Okay, let me say this then, since we got that understanding. One thing, if we're gonna talk to each other as a man, there's no reason. There's no reason to be disrespectful. I could be hella disrespectful. You could be
Right?
hella
I agree.
disrespectful.
We've
They don't
established.
need for that.
We've
They don't
established.
even do need for that, right? To call me whatever. What we just have a different belief system when it comes to that particular thing,
I
right?
agree. Agree.
Now, the problem that we have as a collective sometimes is that we could be in a group. Say the goal is black liberation, right? Or say the goal we're building a house, and just say you're willing to do that part. You're willing to go and die for those 2 million people. But I'm willing to go ahead and do something else for the liberation of black people in a different way. That's why I'm saying, dude, we should not be the arguing part is not even supposed to be happening because we should just respect each other for what the other person is willing to do. There's
You know
something I
what?
can do.
Well, you know what? I get what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm never gonna respect you because I'm just always gonna look at you as a weak a Negro because
Okay.
you're not willing to die for yours.
That's
So how
again,
can I
again.
hold on let me just you said what you said. Let me just say what I gotta
No,
say.
you cut me
I
off.
I, I I respect what you're saying, but what you're saying is coming from a place of fear because you scared of
No,
dying. And
no, they ain't coming.
I ain't mad at no I ain't mad at no weak ass nigga who's scared of dying. Like it all happens. It happens to everybody. So I
I,
get it.
See
But
how you just said that? See,
you're
we
not
got
paying.
that's what
Listen,
we
I'm not about to lose my life for people I don't know.
well, you
That's
don't
not.
have to. Well, that's
Okay,
that's
you
another
can do
one.
that. You
Yeah.
so this is what we can do in a group. This what I say about the individuality and what we doing with collective together.
Yeah, that's why
In
we
the
would
group,
get rid of niggas like
and
you.
no,
Like
in the
yeah, we
group,
would get rid of niggas
in,
like you.
no, you're not
Yeah,
gonna get
niggas like you, we would get rid of because
in
if
the
you,
group, in the
yeah, I know,
group, in the group.
yeah, I
You
know.
will be the one that's willing to lose your life for 2 million people. I'll be the one to remain alive and help 2 million people. That's how we work that out.
Yeah, but niggas ain't finna
That's how
listen.
that's
But you know
Niggas
what?
ain't finna listen to
that's
you.
how we work it out.
They not finna
They don't
listen
need
to
to
you.
listen to me.
Hold on, MD Revo. Here's the question: do you think that when MLK and Malcolm X, like, do you
Who
and
did people listen to? Did people listen to Martin when he
Let
died,
her,
or
let her.
did people
Let's
listen to
ask you the
Martin when
question.
he died, or did people listen to Malcolm when he died? People listen to Martin. I'm gonna be the nigga that people listen to. You're gonna be the nigga that listen to that be like
well,
they're
they
gonna try to
both they
figure
both
out
You
they
trying
what
to
both
ask
could
me a
have
question?
been.
hold on.
You trying to ask me a question?
I would say this: at the end of the day,
You're gonna be the nigga that was like what could have been.
No. Ask me the question, Jen.
I would say this is that when it really comes down to it, it really is about like what your thought pattern is on how you feel like, okay, well, I'm the one that's going to be what the spearhead of it all. However, all the substantial people in life, you know what I'm saying, Gandhi, uh, like I said, everybody you could name that were really substantial in any movement had like something within themselves that was willing to give their life for, right? And so maybe that might just not be in you. You're not the martyr, okay? That's fine. You know what I'm saying? So you might be something else. I don't know what that would be, but you're not the leader of the group. You're like the on the fringes. The leader is willing to pass away for the cause of the nation. Why? Because that is what causes that is what causes change.
That's not what he's saying, Genesis.
No, it's not about what he's saying. I'm just
No,
saying
no, you said two different things, Genesis. You're saying
I'm saying, hold on, but listen, I'm saying what I'm saying. He's saying what he's saying. What I'm
right.
saying,
Did you hear the words that you just said? You said somebody that's going to die for a cause. He said die for people that I do not know.
but
That's
here's
two different things, man.
it's still a cause, though. If you think
No,
about it,
no.
listen,
No.
listen. When the people were listen, when something okay, imagine when a catastrophe happens, right?
Okay.
Sometimes there's those certain people that are heroes that come out in that moment, and they're the ones that like are going to go back into the fire. That even though when they secure their children, whatever, they go back into the fire and make sure that the rest firemen do it all the time, police officers do it all the time. You're just not that police officer fireman guy.
That's not true. It is going
Clearly, it isn't because you're saying that I would not risk my life when I know I'm the only parent, whatever for my kids, that I couldn't do that. So therefore, if you're not like the firefighter or the ambulance worker that might put themselves into the line of fire to rescue people, that's just not your personality type. You know what I'm saying? So let's just leave it at that. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It just means this is not you. You know what I'm saying?
So let me respond to that. If like how you say you was in the military, when you took that oath, you knew what you was getting involved in. You knew that was a part of the job. When a firefighter gets that oath, they know that's part of the job, right? I'm not a firefighter. I'm not a police officer, right? So I didn't take an oath for that public service or whatever like that. If I did,
so here's the thing: is that there are certain type of people that are willing to give their life. Excuse me, hold on. That are willing to give their life for others,
right?
In that manner, and because they understand that the oneness of the whole, they understand like you know what, I'm willing to, and they take those oaths and they're willing to do that. You're saying you're not willing to do that. Right. That's just your stance. It doesn't. Here's the thing. It doesn't have to be a firefighter, bro. It could be just like something could be just catastrophic that happens, and you're in the middle of it, and you have to choose. Like you know, your thought would happen in that moment is, do I run from the situation with me and my offspring, or do I like secure my offspring and go back into the thing and help everybody else? If you're more people that would run and secure their offspring, okay, that's fine for you. But you know, some people might think it's like not like the most altruistic thing to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because when it really boils down to it, is that you would save and rescue only yours, but then other people are just you just hear them screaming.
No. Wait a minute. So when you say rescue only mine, because I heard that him saying it. No, if there's if all the children, if there's a burning building. If it's a burning building, right? And I got my son with, and I'm looking at this burning building, and I hear kids crying or whatever, maybe like that, right? Crying or whatever, and we're all out there. I'm I'm being truthful, like you know what I mean. I might want to help in a certain kind of way, but if I look at that burning building,
kind of way. So here's the thing: is that a person like me, when the moment I hear other kids crying, my innate so it's just you're just a different type of person. There are different type of people in this world. You're just not the type. By the moment I heard other children, so I would secure my children, and if I heard other children crying, I would probably run into the children and try to help the children.
Okay. So that's the thing about humanity, right?
And there wouldn't be a reason behind it. It wouldn't have to be no actual you know breakdown of the situation because that would be my innate instinct to do that. You know, so some people just don't have that instinct, and if you don't have it, then fine.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. This is what it is about humanity, right? And these are the reasons why human beings can't get along a lot of the times in the black culture because they just have different beliefs when it comes to certain things. I may not be the one to go rescue somebody in a burning fire. I may not be the one to go fucking confront these gang members and shit and get shot up and all that type of stuff. I might not be. There's going to be somebody in the movement to do that. That don't make me less of a person. That means whatever I'm good at. So what makes me less of a person?
It doesn't make you the leader of the movement. You would
right. So what makes me the leader of the movement is this. This what makes me the
I mean,
leader.
no, let me tell you something. The leader of the movement is willing to pass for the movement. You know what I'm
Right?
saying?
That's exactly. This is what I'm trying to help you understand.
You might not want to be the leader. You might just want to be a cog in the wheel. The bottom line is that, like, okay, everybody has their space and place and time. Now, the only problem is that when you have a movement going on, right? You have a movement of people that's doing a certain thing, and we're all on one accord, and we all are willing to give our lives for what we're trying to do. And you have one person that's hesitant, that is like a weaker link. You understand? Because if we're all like, listen, we gonna go out, we need this work, you know what I'm saying? Just like they just had like the whole like the move, what was it called? Like the when they all were going into Seattle. What was that shit? I forget what the thing was called. Well, let's just even go into the civil rights movement, right?
Okay.
Everybody that was in that movement was willing to get sprayed down, beat down with dogs, bit, everything.
Right.
That one person that says, "Well, I don't want to get bit." You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get beat down. I want to get da. Well, then that is not a strength in that situation.
That's wrong. That's wrong, Genesis. I'm gonna tell you, my grandparents and my mom come from that. There are certain people that just they may not be on the. It's like the military. There's certain people that are not going to be on the front line. So people who are on the front line, we're all in the army. So the people who's on the front line, that's what their specialty is to do. That's what they do. There's people that's on a typewriter and shit. There's people.
No. Let me tell you something. The people on the typewriting machine, because I was in the military, also trained to fight, and they also are willing to go into the battlefield on the typewriting machine. Their actual thing that they do is a little bit different. So you have like your non-wartime mission, and then you have your wartime mission, right? So I might be an information management specialist when non-wartime happens, but during wartime, I'm something else, right? However, I still get a rifle and everything else just in case if they storm the situation. I'm going to be up there.
That is totally different.
No, it's not different. Here's the
Yes,
thing.
it is. Yes, it is, because we're talking about war. What he's talking about is dying. Is dying for people who I do not know.
Sir, you're not getting what I'm saying. What I'm saying is so I'm just giving that as an example, right?
Okay.
Or whether it's war or conflict or a catastrophe or any situation that might happen in any given situation, you have certain people, right? That it's innate within them, right? That they have, like, okay, I might be up here as a secretary every day, but if something go down, I'm probably the first one to be one. I love children, and I hear a child crying, I'm going to be the first one in that building trying to rescue those children. If you don't have that innate within you, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? However, it's not like a thing that has to be explained that deep. It's like pretty much like if you don't have that within you, that's okay. That's just your personality. But
I want to make this clear. What I do not have in me is being able to die for somebody or a cause that I have nothing to do with, right? That's like whatever's happening over there in the Ukraine.
Right, but listen, it's beyond just the cause. It's about people.
I'm about to explain it to you.
When you hear people suffering, here's the thing. It doesn't matter. It could be anything, right? If I hear a person suffering and I know that, listen, I can help them, I'm going to try to help them. You know what I'm saying? There's just something within me that will try to do that. You know what I'm
saying? I'm willing to dedicate my life to keep people alive. I'm here to dedicate. I'm gonna utilize my life being alive to save people that's alive.
Right. So once everybody passes away, you'll just be. You know what it says is that the what does it say? The coward lives to tell the story. So you're the one that run. So everybody else is in the front, like fighting everything. You just run back and tell what happened with the.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Well, that is not what I'm saying. That's crazy as hell you said that. That's not what I'm saying.
The coward goes back and tells. Listen, everybody.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. If we just say the military again, right? Because we both on the military shit.
But here's the thing, because we're going to go in circles. Here's the thing: if you
let me finish. That's why you don't got to understand it.
It's a circular conversation, and you're not really making a different point. You keep reiterating the same point. Bottom line is that whether you say it this way or say it that way or try to explain it another way, that whatever, the point is that you're not willing to die for something you don't believe in, whether people die for whatever their beliefs are or not. The bottom line is that, like, dude, when it really comes down to it, if you are, because you are individualistic in thinking, is that when you don't understand, if you don't have any understanding of humanity and care about humanity to that level, to where you would say that I'm willing to put whatever the disagreement is to the side, and I see people suffering, I'm willing to I want to end their suffering. That's just a different type of person. You're not the same type of person that everybody else is. You know what I'm saying?
Like, well, whenever I'm able to talk, you can't interrupt me so I can help you. Then yeah, I'll respond to it because you're bringing up two different things. You're bringing up two different things. You know what I'm saying? So you're bringing up two different things. So
I
the
would
thing
never,
is,
I would never do that. I would never. If I heard some, it doesn't matter why that baby is crying. It doesn't matter what the reason why that was behind the fire. The only thing I hear is what's the suffering of people, and my innate thing is to go in and help those people. It doesn't matter why. It
right?
doesn't,
So this is what I'm saying to you, Genesis.
listen, it doesn't matter if the Bloods and Crips got into it, and then somebody got shot, and they're down there crying, whatever, and then they're still shooting, whatever. Doesn't matter if it was the vice lords, and it doesn't matter who it is. Like, my innate thing is to try to help the situation and try to help the person.
Okay.
So
It's die. You gotta die. You gotta die. You ain't no helping.
okay.
You gotta die.
Well, I, because God also, like, has a provision for that. But if you don't believe in that higher being, and let me tell you something, if I do die, guess what? Then it is what it is, and God will deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Because I died for a purpose.
But that's
If you don't believe in a higher being that understands that, listen, this person gave their life, and there's a lot of people who've given their lives in these situations,
some
right?
people are willing. Some people are willing to die. Some people are willing to live for people. It's just what it is. It's a
Right. That's
duality
what
game.
to me that
So
is,
that doesn't wait. Hold on a second.
that's called a coward. I mean, that's
Living for somebody is a coward.
that's me.
Living for somebody is a coward.
Listen, that if you are, if a conflict happens, and rather than you address the conflict head on and help the people in the conflict, you run from it and say, well, I'm just
There is no running from it.
that
There's no
tells the
running.
story and, like, deals with it afterwards. That is coward. You're running from the conflict
There
and
is.
to self-preserve. Meanwhile, everybody else is falling to the wayside. That's cowardice. Like, to me,
So this is what I'm saying.
I'm a female. I'm not even a man, and I'm
Genesis, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
my head. Orisha is Oya, and
Some
to me, I'm, like, willing to put myself on the line for other people, even though sometimes they don't deserve it. Even though sometimes I know people can be all fucked up as much as I've been through in life, but at the end of the day, if I hear someone suffering, there's something within me, deep within, ingrained within me, that would not want them to suffer anymore, and that will go into the fire and pull them out. It doesn't matter what the politics behind it was. It doesn't matter why. It don't matter what reason they got into it. It does not.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Genesis. Let me ask you a question. Right. So you got 10 kids. You got, wait a minute, I'm gonna put it like this. We're in a village, right? We're in a village.
Be different, like, scenarios. I'm trying to tell you, it's gonna be the same.
No, because every scenario is gonna be different. We're in a village, right? We're in a village. Me and you in a village. So there's 10 people. There's 10 people that's dying in the fire or whatever like that, burning. Then there's 10 people. Then there's 10 kids and stuff that if I die, they die. Those 10 people I left behind. So if we both go into that house and save those people, then those 10 children are going to die because they have nobody to take care of. Say they're newborn. Say there's newborn sitting there right there in the nursery.
So you have to move the goalpost to make a point.
No, I'm not moving the goalpost. What I'm trying to tell you is that there is strength in living for the unfortunate, and then there's strength in dying for the unfortunate. There's strength in both of them, depending on who is willing to take the task. You say that dying is glory, and God is going.
Don't try to make me out to be having a martyr complex. Don't do
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just going by what you said as far as religion.
The thing is that, like, in most situations, there is not like people don't when a traumatic situation is happening. You got those that's willing to go and help people, and you have those that's willing to watch them help the people.
No, there ain't no. I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm speaking for myself.
Bottom line, listen. Okay, you're saying, listen. It doesn't listen. Bottom line, there's those that's willing to run into that fire and save the people. There's those that are willing to watch because they're
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Again.
Excuse me. Their life is more important, and whatever they think of whatever themselves is more important than whatever they hear, and the cries of whatever they hear is well, bump all that. I'm just going to be over here to tell the story of it. That's what they say.
No, that's not
the coward lives to tell the story.
saying
So
that.
if you are the coward, the one that stands back and watches the hero go and be the hero.
I am not saying that.
That's
You have a definition, Genesis. Come on, let's be fair.
It's cowardice. Like, to me, if
I can say it's crazy as hell for you to die for people you don't know nothing about and leave behind the children you do know about. So it's like I said, we're in a village, right? Oh my God.
I'm fixing to end this live, but I'm gonna just say this: is that because we're getting into a circle? We're not.
No, we're not getting a circle.
No, we are, because you've made the point that you're not willing to die.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not saying anything.
No, what you said is that you're not willing to pass on for someone you don't know about. Okay, so that is the actual strain of the idea, right? So to me, you can bring up X amount of different circumstances that this situation might happen and why you would do it, this, that, the other. Bottom line is that in every circumstance, I will probably be the one that runs into the
Say
fire.
that one more time. Say that one more time. What you said, and I am. You said that I am not willing to die for somebody I do not know about.
Said you, MD
Yeah,
Revo.
me, right, me.
You,
So
you MD Revo are not willing to die for the person that you don't know. I am willing to sacrifice my life for people that I don't know, because I hear their cries, I hear their suffering, and so therefore I feel like I would feel something would pull me into helping that person. So it's just a different type of person. There's different type of people in this world.
I'm going to be the one. I'm going to be the one, depending on the situation.
You have a story, so you would watch me as a woman.
No, I would watch you. I would no.
You in the background.
No, I wouldn't watch you.
You know what?
I wouldn't watch you.
Listen,
I would not watch you.
We're at 4 hours and 5 minutes.
That's good.
I would like for you to give your final words, and I'm going to give mine, because I think that we're not getting anywhere with this conversation. We
okay
in circles. So go ahead.
You want to say your final words first?
No, you go ahead. It's my channel. I can close it.
Okay. What I'm saying is this. So just so the people, if they got this far, hopefully you did get this far, right? This is when I talk about individuality and when I talk about collective. When you are an individual person and you focus on the individual first, because your life is your number one priority, and your children and your women and all that type of stuff, the things that you care about. And that's first. If you decide to join a collective of people for a cause, or understanding, or things like that, then at that point you sign up for whatever it is that they need you for within that particular group. You're going to make that oath. You're going to stand up for that. Now, if that is the case, and if I see this stuff going on and things like that, then yes, Genesis, if you were there and we in Detroit and we see some kids burning in the fire or whatever like that, screaming, I'm getting out that car with you, and I'm gonna try to figure it out with you. And I just might jump in that house based on what's going on. Based on what's going on at the spare of the moment, yes, that can happen, right? There can also be happen where somebody beat me to it, or I'll find another way. You might say like, "Yo, go call the police. I'm gonna do this over here," or you go in there and I'm gonna call. Like, it's just all gonna be depending on what is needed at the moment. I'm gonna make that clear. When we're talking about moves in our life, is going to be belief system. I believe if I had a choice of jumping in front of a bullet for somebody down the street that I do have nothing to do with, I feel like I'm going to stay alive for my child before I do any of that. And I believe that people are being honest and they were really in those situations, they're not going to get shot trying to help somebody else's shit that you got your own kid right there. Because when you lose your life, who's going to raise your baby? Who's going to take care of your own kid? You know what I mean? You don't know. Nobody knows. That means your kid could be an orphan. Your kid could grow up, and your kid gonna be looking at you like, "Where my mother at, or where my father at? Oh, you died for that." And then once you figure out who you died for, it's gonna even make your legacy even look even crazier. He'll be like, why this girl and why this dude just died for them gangbangers over there, or whatever? Oh, because the mom over there was doing this, that, and that, and the mom's brother shot up their house. Once all them details get out there in the open, then you're gonna be looking crazy, or I'm gonna be looking crazy because we have not truly assessed the situation as to why we're willing to die. I am not willing to throw my life away to die for something that I have no idea what's going on. I'm just not that. I am willing to assess the situation, see if it's necessary for me to go that route, but I'm always going to choose my child. I'm always going to look at my son because I am fully responsible for him. Those people who those kids are, they got parents. Where are their parents at? Their parents could be sitting around there watching that shit happen. That means I'm going to go die for their kid and their parents still alive? No. Where are their parents at? Who are their family members? Who's helping them? You see what I'm saying? So those kids were brought in this world by certain people. That's their responsibility. If I choose to do it, I shouldn't be looking at a bad person because I choose to protect my son before I go over there and try to do something for somebody else I don't even know. And people, if they are completely honest, they know that they're not jumping in front of no bullet dude for somebody they don't even know.
Shay,
And leave their kid. And leave their kid out here abandoned with nobody to take care of.
okay. Ashe. Thank you so much, MD Revo, for being on the panel. I'm going to make my final statements, and thank you for so much. Uh, so what I would say to that is that uh, at the end of the day, you have people that have innate senses, and we have people that don't. You know what I'm saying? Uh, a lot of times you don't know the situation that's going to happen. You don't know what the reason why catastrophes happen in people's life. You just might hear people hollering, you know what I'm saying? And then you go and you say, well, what's going on? Like, what's happening? You know what I'm saying? And you'll be in that situation, right? And you might hear children crying, whatever it is, and you don't know what the reason why is. So, like, a lot of what's being said is like, okay, well, if it's this intricate situation where I know every detail about it, then I'm willing to. If it's this going on versus that, okay. What I'm saying is that sometimes you don't know the details. You just hear the cries of people or someone's hurt. You might hear a woman getting screaming, and there's a lot of men that like might hear a woman getting domestic abuse or might hear a child, whatever. Might see a fire going and they like stop their car, jump in the fire. Might see a car blow up, jump into that, and those are our heroes in this life. And then there's people that just sit there and watch and say, well, you know what? I don't know why that car blew up. I don't know why. It ain't got nothing to do with me. And that's the thing is that you don't know all the details in every situation. So therefore, to make a judgment based on circumstance is like you don't know all the circumstances of any situation. You're not God. And when you have God within your life and you understand God and the understanding of like the macrocosm versus microcosm, you understand that sometimes the spirit will move you to do something and you don't have any control of why you did it or what the reasoning or what the situation was. And that's the part is that we really need to like really assess our creator in our life, because if we did, we would understand that it's not about what the situation is. It's about like the spirit moving in that situation. When the Twin Towers fell, a lot of heroes fell with it. When hurricanes come and you have people that get taken over by the storm, you have heroes that go out and help these people. It doesn't matter whether they were gangbangers. You don't know what these people were doing before that Katrina hit, but there's people that went out in these boats and grabbed those people. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just a different type of a mind frame. You understand? And that's what I believe that we really need to like understand at a deeper level is that you have like different people in societies. You have the heroes and you have the people that watch the heroes do their work. And I say all that with all due respect. And I would say much love to MD Rebel. Thank you for joining our panel, and shouts out to the creator and all of existence. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Ashe.
Alchemize your energy. Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. Alchemize your energy. My friend, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.